June 2025 via Microsoft team. Members, we do have an agenda before us. Can I get an indication by show of hand that you do adopt it as presented? Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I also do adopt the agenda as presented. To proceed with our meeting, I think I also need to welcome everyone who has joined us via different platform for this particular meeting, and as well as members of management. On that note, I would like to have a brief introduction of the members of the REC. I'll start with myself. I'm Nomalanga Stole. I'm the chair of the REC, and as well as the CEO at NESA. I sit on NESA committees and subcommittees. On that note, I would also like to introduce Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Mkhize is the member of the REC and the chairperson of the Petroleum Pipeline Subcommittee. He sits on a number of committees and subcommittees of the Energy Regulator. Mr. Mkhize, would you like to greet everyone?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you all on call, including my colleague, Madam Maseti, as well as the members of the public that are following us through the various live streaming platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I would also like to introduce Ms. Maseti, who is a member of the REC, a chairperson of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee, and the chairperson and current acting FTRM for the Electricity Subcommittee. And she sits on a number of committees of the Energy Regulator as well as subcommittees of the regulator. Over to you, Ms. Maseti.
Morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Mkhize. Good morning to everyone on this call, as well as the members of the public that are following this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. And on that note, I would also like to remind everyone that our proceeding for this particular special meeting number 403, it is recorded via Microsoft Teams. On that note, we will move on to the item that we have for the open session, which relates to municipal tariff applications for the 2025-26 financial year under the electricity regulation activities of NESA. That there is a Chotlo. I do not know whether you would want to make some introductory remarks in terms of the applications that we have, because I've noted the fact that they've been classified into two. So if you can come in on that and give or introduce them so that we can start with the assessment of the tariffs. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm speaking from Majafela Simpson Murice's laptop. I've got issues with mine. So anytime that I raise my hand, it will be from this laptop, Chairperson. Chairperson, we've got 45 applications for starters, and these applications have been grouped into two. One group is those applications that have got a new cost of supply study. The ones that have, in the previous two meetings, that those were the same kind. Wherein they've only submitted their cost of supply this year. We did not use cost of supply studies in the previous year. And then the second group, Chairperson, it's those municipalities that have submitted cost of supply studies from last year, and their tariffs are based already on the cost of supply study from last year. All that we are doing this year is to adjust. As you may know, Chairperson, a cost of supply study has got a lifespan of 5 years. So those municipalities are still within the compliance to the cost of supply study requirements. All that we then need to do is to escalate or adjust it until the lapsing of the 5 years, and then they will then submit the new cost of supply studies. So those studies, you'll realize that it's mainly more about getting their budgets for them to submit to us the budgets for the next year, and for us to check that budget for prudency and efficiency, and whether or not we allow some of the costs in there. Just in the similar way that we do with the ESCOM one, wherein ESCOM would come with their own budgets, and then we do our adjustments, and then finally the numbers that we recommend for approval. So it will be in the similar structure like that, Chairperson. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight, Chair, is that you've got two lists that we submitted to you. Unfortunately, in the listing, Chairperson, some of the municipalities that have got existing cost of supply studies are actually included in the new cost of supply studies. But as colleagues present, they will actually state that this one is a new cost of supply or is an existing cost of supply study. And the other thing, Chairperson, as you may recall, last week there was a submission that was supposed to be presented by Majafela Simpson, but it was named as Tabis. I just want to bring to your attention, Chairperson, so that the same thing does not happen like it happened last year. On number 17, we've got Le Palale, and then it's written as to be presented by Tabisankop, but it's actually going to be Samson Modise that is going to be presenting that one. Chairperson, that is all that I needed to bring to members. I don't know if members have got anything on this particular presentation that I made, so that we can then start with the next, with the first one that will be presented by Pumla Buota, Beaufort West, and then we'll do it in the similar way like we did last week. I submit, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Ntate Chotlo. Members, any questions, issues of clarity from the presentation or introductory remarks made by Ntate Chotlo? But let me see the hand from Mr. Matebula. Mr. Matebula, do you want to come in? Members can. Thanks.
Just if you can indulge me just for a few seconds. I just wanted to add as well that we have taken note of all the comments that were made in the previous engagement. However, they may not be explicitly reflected on this submission, because at the time this submission had already been in circulation. So comments like the 12% benchmark, it will still be appearing on this submission. And I also wanted the members to be aware that there are some errors that we are aware of, including some errors on numbering. And I'll give an example of Karoo Walkland. You will see under recommendation, there is an error there on numbering. So we are aware of those things, Chair, we will correct. It's just that with the volume of documents that we're working with, there's those things that we might have missed. So I just wanted to make the members aware of that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matebula. Mr. Mkhize?
Thanks, Chairperson. I just thought that we would also kind of capture some of the resolutions that are now standing resolutions for all these applications, so that it doesn't seem like we're just agreeing with everything, but that this is a continuation of the previous two meetings, and therefore those are standing and kind of standard, and therefore would not be questioning from some of these applications, simply because we take it that the team, as Mr. Matebula has already said, is going to incorporate all such enhancements and also work on the issues that we have agreed upon going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that input, Mr. Mkhize. Yes, I was just going to indicate that we will proceed with the applications that are before us, keeping in mind all the resolutions that have been taken. And I think the last input as well that was made in the meeting of the 9th of June. It was sent to the team, and I believe the team are aware of that. And where possible, they must just read some of the corrections into the record, so that our recording for the meeting really captures that particular input. And we also note the fact that some of these comments could not have been effected in the application, since they were already sent out for loading onto the system. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, Mr. Matebula, and the SHO. On that note, we will then proceed with our consideration of the applications, since I do not see any hand from the members of the REC. I don't see any hand. On that note, we will then proceed with what is before us. The first application that is before the committee is an application from Beaufort West. Ms. Pumla Botha. Before you start, I see Mr. Mkhize's hand is up.
Thanks, Chairperson. I thought those are standard issues to if we do have a list of those, just to read out if possible,
Okay.
so that we can proceed with that understanding, and we only raise questions on matters that differ from that. If they're at hand, if not, we can proceed, and then we find way of during the break or somewhere just to recapture them. Thank you.
Okay. They were typed. Mr. Matebula, do you have a copy, and assist me in reading them into the record so that everyone else can be reminded of them?
Yeah, Chair, I see Madam Massetti has a hand up. Maybe I can look for it while she talks.
Okay, all right. Ms. Massetti, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I suggest it differently, because I think even stakeholders are probably waiting. It's 9:20 now. Can we allow the team to present? I think some of the things we should have done them in the closed meeting. Can we start, Chairperson, with the applications, and then, because they would not know what we did, so that we don't start by indicating what was said before, because we've already touched on that already. Can we allow the submissions now to be introduced, and then a discussion, and then we take it from there, Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mkhize, do you have any objection to that?
I thought that this was going to assist the people that are following us, and then it will help us to have a seamless process in terms of dealing with these applications. There are certain things that will be done in committee, and there are certain things that are to be understood by everyone that is following us through these channels, so that it's not, as I said, if some presentation is made, I just raise my hand, I say, I'm fine with it, I recommend. Sometimes it seems as if one is not applying his mind to things, but it's not that.
Okay.
That is my view. Thank you.
Okay, let me propose something that I think will also assist all of us. Mr. Matebula, if you can share that list maybe with the team in EPT, so that as they highlight or rather go through their presentation, they can say this particular item was raised and it has been addressed. I think at the end of it, we will try and pick up all the common issues that the members have, or rather the issues members have raised that the team needs to also take into account in the next set, as we've been doing all along. So will that be acceptable, members? I don't see any hand. Mr. Mkhize, let's just proceed on that particular note, and as well as Ms. Massetti. Let's just start with the first application of Beaufort West. Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, to the members and the colleagues. Beaufort is located in the Western Cape province, and the licensee proposes an average tariff increase of 11.32% for the 2025-26 financial year, based on a new cost of supply. This application was approved by the Municipal Council and was widely consulted on by both NERSA and the municipality. It was published on the NERSA website for 30 days, and notably no public comments were received. In terms of its performance, the electricity sales business remains stable, even though it's on a downward trend, with the operating surplus decreasing from 12.4% to 4% year on year. This is mainly resultant from a 1.7% drop in sales revenue, which is a decline in revenue collection rate, and a 23% rise in total expenditure. This imbalance, Chairperson, suggests that expenditure is growing faster than revenue, highlighting a need for stronger cost control measures. Its energy losses have worsened significantly from 14% to 20% due to issues such as meter tampering and electricity bypassing, among others, as confirmed by the municipality. Based on the energy loss versus revenue impact analysis carried out, it could be concluded that if energy losses were contained at 12%, the licensee would significantly increase its margins and boost its operating surplus to about 9.8%. To address these inefficiencies, the licensee is encouraged to strengthen its financial controls while investing in technical upgrades and improved revenue collection. The licensee submitted a cost of supply study and has been verified to fully comply with NERSA's approved 5 steps methodology. The steps range from the revenue requirement and then cost functionalization, cost classification, allocation, all which lead to a rate design as a final step. All control measures across the 5 steps were applied and no discrepancies were identified. All the actual costs have been tested against the deforms and audited financial reports, including the trial balance. All those costs that have been considered inefficient have been accordingly disallowed. While the cost of supply study outcome indicates a required 30.8% increase to achieve full cost reflectivity, the municipality opted to phase this in, settling on the proposed 11.32%. Some of the considerations for this approach include the licensee's requirement to maintain a sustainable tariff level to drive customer demand while achieving a reasonable surplus. The licensee also considered its ability to service its ESCOM account and other broader affordability impacts on customers in determining the pace of its tariff adjustments. The licensee is not currently proposing any structural changes in its tariff schedule. Taking into account all comments and guidance received from the former REC meetings and the analysis undertaken, we present our recommendations as follows. That the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs, as informed by the cost of supply report, be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit, and a clawback mechanism will apply upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the cost inputs into its cost of supply report that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. The licensee will further be required to submit a smart plan in order to reduce its energy losses. This recommendation will also be included in the approval letter with the submission due date of 30 September 2025. I'll pause here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Botha. Members, any questions? Issues of clarity or points of enhancement? Ms. Masetti?
Mine is a quick enhancement, two things. On paragraph 3, just on the delegation of authority, which is something that we missed, that the team has missed, that the approval of cost of supply based tariffs. I think we must just put there, because we all know that tariffs must be based on cost of supply. So can we please just put approval of tariffs? So if we can put it there, because it's also just confusing. As if we're approving the cost of supply, we're approving the tariffs themselves. If we can just rephrase that. The other thing that I want to emphasize and also flag is the fact that the understanding on the narrative that says that when a cost of supply has been submitted and therefore will adjust, we will not adjust until we are satisfied with the efficiency of the cost. For example, on this specific one, it is very clear that this municipality's financial performance is deteriorating, and the expenses are too high, and there should be cost containment measures or efficiency measures that are put in place by this municipality, which means that even though they may say that the outcome is 34% or whatever number, it does not mean that we must get to that number simply because they have submitted. It is very clear that they will recover costs that we should not be allowed, and they must reduce their expenses, because those costs that they are claiming is part of the expenses that we find that they are also too much, they're not necessary. So I want to make that point, and it cuts across. Thank you, Chairperson. It's for enhancement.
You, Mr. Mkhize?
Thank you, Chairperson. And thanks to Madam Botha for the presentation. Just to highlight that we've agreed that the maps should be legible, or else not have the maps on the when one is looking at the municipality involved, and that that 12% is actually crafted such that it's not talking to a benchmark as such. I take note of the fact that the municipality's energy losses are high at 20.19, but they still have a surplus. Hence, I think also when it comes to 6.7.2, let's just use the right wording there, because it seems like they've decided now they are proposing something new. I think we deal with an application here. I'm not so sure of the language use of proposing. If we can just be able to just rephrase this and in all this to state clearly that if the municipalities are applying for an average increase of a particular figure, like in this instance, the calculation lands them at 11.57 if they are phasing it in over 3 years, but the municipality decided to apply for an average tariff increase of 11.32 for the 2025-26 cycle. So if we can be able to do that, and noting that the prudency as well as the efficiency and reasonableness of the figures in the cost of supply are still going to be further interrogated to make sure that only efficient costs are included. I think if we note these, because I'm saying this because they're applicable to all the applications. I will stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members, for your contribution. Ms. Botha, any points from your side? I think what has been provided has been merely enhancements and guidance in terms of the approach.
I have noted the points of enhancement, Chairperson, and I will apply them accordingly in future. Thank you.
All right, and also let's us try to really get maps printed in a better a way from the GIS. On that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record. Can I get an indication that you do support the recommendations as having been read by show of hand, please? Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I also support. We then move on to the next application, which is Bela Bela. Datemdise, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, board members, management, and NISA colleagues. Bela Bela municipality is a small municipality located in Limpopo province. It does have a domestic customer base, which is accounting for around 54%. When we look at their operating levels, it's not satisfactory at all because of high energy losses and the deficit they are operated at. And the causes of those energy losses are discussed under paragraph 2.32, and the corrective measures are on 2.3.3. So the team also did an exercise to estimate how much will the deficit level would have been had the municipality been at the 12% energy loss cap. So the table 3 showed that had the energy losses be within that cap, the municipality's deficit level will have been reduced to 1.68%. And then moving on to the study, the municipality submitted a new cost of supply study this financial year. And then for them to get to cost reflectivity, it shows that 22.6% is required. However, the municipality applied for 11.11% because they are proposing to phase in that under recovery over a period of 2 years. The application was consulted on by the municipality. Furthermore, NERSA did publish the application on the website, and there were no comment that we received from the stakeholders. Moving on to the recommendations, they are on page. The recommendation are on page. Recommendation are on page 63. The first recommendation that we are saying is for the regulator to note the cost of supply report that was submitted by the municipality. Secondly, the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply report being approved and implemented by municipality effective from 1st July 2025. The municipality furthermore must submit a report accounting for the costs that have been noted in its cost of supply to enable the regulator to perform independent verification. And lastly, the municipality to submit audited financial statement that reflect the impact of its cost of supply based tariff on the customer, as well as the licensee sustainability. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Tatemdise. I think let's also remember the points that were said to be important to be read into the record. And one of them being the issue of a consultation process. So I did not hear you highlighting it in your presentation, but we do note in the submission that there were no comments received from stakeholders on this particular application, unless if really I missed it in your presentation. Members, on that note, can I get an indication, or rather by show of hand, if you have any comments or issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application? Any of those members? I don't see any hand. Members, the recommendations have been read into the record. They are on paragraph 9 of page 63. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that you adopt or you approve the recommendations as presented? Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Also support. We move on to the next application, which is Berg Refuel. Ms. Mabinya?
Good morning, Chairperson, members and colleagues. Bergrivier is situated in the Western Cape. The performance of the electricity business for this municipality has been deteriorating, as indicated by a deficit. The municipality is encouraged to put measures in place to improve its financial position. NERSA has complied in terms of publication with the statutory requirements regarding the public participation process, and we did not receive any objections from the stakeholders. The municipality has also confirmed that it did its own public participation process. And the municipality submitted a new cost of supply study, which has been assessed against the NERSA framework and also against the 5 steps of the framework. The costs that are in the cost of supply have been verified against the applicable deforms and the trial balance. The cost of supply suggested 13.95 increase, and the municipality is also applying for a 13.95 tariff increase. The licensee is proposing structural changes with the introduction of the basic charge for the domestic single phase and for their and another basic charge for their domestic 3-phase prepaid tariff. They are also proposing a new tariff, the time of use for small consumers, low voltage, and the impact of the new tariffs on the users will be monitored closely. And then, Chairperson, the recommendations is that for the committee to note this cost of supply report by the municipality, the tariffs that are based on a COS report be approved as recommended for implementation from 1 July 2025, and that all the costs submitted will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of the audited financial figures by NERSA, and that the municipality is to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to allow the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mapenya. Tell us any questions, issues of clarity? I don't see any hand. The recommendations are on paragraph 9, page 77, and they have been read into the record. Can I get an indication that members do support the recommendations as read out? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I also support the approval of the recommendations. We then go on to the next application, which is Cape Algas. And that this Chotlo, if you can guide me on the system, we have Brede Valley. On the list, we have Cape Algas. So which list do we follow? Should I follow the list on the pages of the system?
I think it's Cape Agulhas, Chairperson, because it's based on a cost of supply. Brede Valley is based on an adjustment factor.
Oh, okay. Then it means the loading, it's not in that sequence. You can then proceed, Ms. Mapenya. I think it's yours again.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Cape Agulhas is also situated in the Western Cape. The performance of the municipality is stable as indicated by the surplus and energy losses. NERSA has complied with the statutory requirements regarding the public participation process, and no objections were received from the stakeholders. The municipality has also confirmed that it has done its own public participation process. The municipality submitted a cost of supply, resulting in 11.32 increase, and the municipality is also applying for a 11.32 tariff increase. There are no structural changes, Chairperson, or proposal for new tariffs in the COS. The COS was also assessed through against the framework, and it is complying with all the steps of the framework. And Chairperson, I'd like to go to the recommendation that the committee notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on a cost of supply be approved as recommended for implementation from 1 July 2025, and that all the costs submitted by the licensee will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by NESA, and that the municipality is to submit a report accounting for all these costs that have been noted to allow NESA to perform its own independent verification audit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Mapinya. Members, any questions, issues of clarity? I think we may have to, I don't see any hand from members. Ms. Mapinya, we may have to rephrase that word acceptable under energy losses. I think in the previous meeting, we did indicate that that wording needs to be changed. If you can note that, I think we had said we would want to encourage municipalities to continuously reduce their energy losses without indicating whether they're acceptable or not. If you can note that. I still do not see any hand from the members. Members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and I would like you to indicate that you do adopt them as read out. They are on paragraph 8 of page 111. By show of hand, members, can I get an indication that you do support or approve the recommendations as presented to you? Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I do support. Mr. Mkize, I'm missing your hand. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Thanks very much. We then move on to the next application, and the next application is David Graper. Mr. Khwadi.
Thank you. David Gruber is municipality applying for an average increase of 11% for the 25-26 financial year. The licensee and NESA have complied with the legislative requirements regarding public consultation process, and there were no comments received for this municipality. The licensee financial and technical performance have improved as indicated by the increase in surplus and reduction in energy losses. The municipality indicated that it owes ESCOM. However, it is also approved for the National Treasury Debt Relief Plan. The municipality was assessed in April, and it has greatly met 93% of the conditions of the plan. The licensee submitted the cost of supply study, and it was assessed to ensure compliance with the approved COS framework. And then all costs provided by licensee have been verified against the deformed trial balance audited financial statement. Furthermore, the costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The COS study recommends an average increase of 18.4 for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing 11% increase to review its tariff for the financial year 25-26. Some of the reasons to implement lower increases include requirements to maintain a sustainable tariff level, ability to cover ESCOM bulk account, and also customer affordability. The municipality is also utilizing the cost of supply study results to gradually achieve the cost reflective tariff. This approach involves imposing different tariff increases to progressively align with the actual cost of supply. The licensee is not proposing any structural changes to its tariff. The recommendations are on page 127 and are read as follows. The energy regulator knows the cost of supply study submitted by the municipality, also approved the tariff that are based on cost of supply as recommended for the implementation of 1st July 2025. the municipality to submit a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. All the cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification audited financial figures by the energy regulator. And also taking into account all the recommendation, comments raised and guidance from the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padi. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements that you may have on this application? I don't see any hand from the members, but again, just a reminder on decisions already taken in the past as well to be effected in the applications. I think some of them may have been missed on this ones. I think the recommendation on the acceptable percentage of losses, I think it was made clear by members that that percentage that we normally use, it's a percentage that has not been really formally adopted by NESA. So if we can remember to just remove that particular reference to that 12% indicated in the submission. Members, on that note, the recommendations have been read into the report and they are on page 127, paragraph 9. Can I, by show of hand, get an indication that you do accept them as presented? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you. I do support. I don't see a hand from Mr. Mkize. We will then move on to the next application, which is Elundini. Ms. Matlow. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Not your hand. Ms. Matlow, you may come.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson, members, and colleagues. Elundini municipality is situated in the Eastern Cape. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 15%. The financial and technical performance of the municipalities are not satisfactory due to high energy losses and percentage deficit. The high percentage deficit is mainly due to the increase in total revenue by 14% and total expenditure increased by 5%. And the municipality did consultation on their side in terms of the average increase, and NESA on its side did the public consultation as the tariff application was published on the NESA website and also on social media for 30 days notice period, and there were no comments received from the stakeholders. And the municipality submitted the cost of supply study, and upon receiving the study was assessed and the costs were verified through the deform, trial balance and audited financial statements. And with regards to the tariffs, the municipality is introducing new tariffs in terms of domestic and also in terms of the commercial. The municipalities is introducing other new tariffs, and those tariffs will be monitored closely to assess the impact. And according to the result of the COS, for the municipality to reach full cost reflectivity, they should increase their tariff by 54.3%. However, the municipality is proposing an average increase of 15% as they believe that they will be sustainable and they don't want to, they considered customer affordability in terms of the 15% increase. And the recommendations are as follows. The energy regulator knows the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on cost of supply report be approved as recommended in the above tariff analysis for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be claimed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. The municipality is required to manage its expenditure to enhance surplus levels on electricity account. The municipality to submit the report to NESA on 30 September 2025 with regards to the reduction on energy losses. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McClough. Members, questions, issues of clarity that you may have, or points of enhancements that you may have on this application? I do not see any hand. I don't have any comments as well from my side. And I would like members to indicate if they do support the recommendations that are on P163 to 164, paragraph 9, and they have been read into the record. By show of hand, members, can I get an indication that you support? Thank you, Mr. Mkize, and thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We move on to the next application that is from Emma Kazeni. Ms. Nkopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, members and colleagues. With regards to Emma Kazin has applied for an average increase of 11.32%. The municipality has developed its own study in this financial year. However, when we look at the financial and technical performance of the municipality, it's not looking good at all because of the high energy losses and the interest that the municipality is paying to Eskom. The municipality has highlighted the reasons for the high energy losses and the measures it will adopt in correcting the increasing energy losses. With regards to the COS study that has been developed by the municipality, that has been assessed and it meets the requirements of the approved COS framework. All the costs provided by the licensee have been verified against the latest audited financial statements, and furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The study recommends an average tariff increase of 18.9% for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing 11.32% to review its tariffs for the financial year 25-26. By phasing in the electricity price increase, the municipality can balance the need to recover its cost with the need to protect the customers from the sudden price shocks. The licensee and NERSA have complied with the legislative requirements on public consultation processes, and no comments were received from stakeholders. When I get to the recommendations, Chairperson, they read as follows. The Energy Regulator notes the cost of supply submitted by the municipality. The Energy Regulator approves the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis for implementation with effect from 1st July. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. All the cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality to submit a plan detailing how the Eskom account will be honored. And also the municipality to submit to NERSA a smart energy losses report on a quarterly basis to enable NERSA to closely monitor the energy losses. The outcome of the cost of supply study will be subject to efficiency test, especially considering the concerns on inefficient expenditure and other operational inefficiencies, and taking into account all the recommendations that members have raised. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Nkopo. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this application or points of enhancement? I do not see any hand and don't have any input as well on this particular application. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that members are supportive of the recommendations made, which have been read into the record. They are on paragraph 9 of page 183. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Ms. Masetti, I also support the recommendations. We would then move on to the next application, which is from Hamahara. Ms. Masike.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. Hamahara is located in the Northern Cape. I would like to correct paragraph, the second paragraph in the introduction, which is based on the information from 24-25. It should read, the licensee is currently proposing an average increase of 5.5 for the 25-26 financial year, and it is offering 50 kilowatts free to 625 indigent customers. Chairperson, the licensee
surplus has reduced from 7.68 to 6.92. The reduction is as a result of general increase in the operating expenditure. The licensees' losses have gone up a little bit from 11.49 to 12.46. The municipality will be asked to monitor the losses to make sure that they are within the acceptable levels. The COS that was submitted by the municipality is compliant with the NESA framework, and the costs that are contained in there have been verified against the deforms and the trial balance, as well as the audited financial statements. The results of the COS indicated that the municipality requires an increase of 9.9% in order for the tariffs to be cost reflective, but the municipality has decided to actually apply for 5.5 and just to protect their customers. In terms of consultation, the municipality, both NERSA and the municipality have consulted on the application and no comments were received. It is recommended that the tariffs that are based on the COS report be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1st of July 2025. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in the COS to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification process. The municipality to submit audited financial reports that reflects the impact of its cost of supply based tariffs on its customers. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Once again, any questions of clarity or points of enhancements or of clarity that you may have on this application? I do not see any hand from the members, and I would like to take members then to the recommendations that are on paragraph 9 and have been read into the record. They are paragraph 2 and 5. Members by show of hand, can I get an indication that you support the recommendations? Sorry, Mr. Mkhize, your hand, is it to vote or to
vote,
give
ma'am?
Okay,
Vote,
thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. And thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support the application, or rather the recommendations on the application. Can we then move on to the next one, which is Pasi Konyane and Mr. Kwadi?
Thank you, Chair. Hasikonyana municipality is applying for an average increase of 10.7 for the 2025-26 financial year. The licensee and NESA have complied with the legislative requirements regarding public consultation process, and that there were no comments received for this municipality. The licensee financial and technical performance is satisfactory as indicated by the surplus and the reduction in energy losses. The licensee submitted the cost of supply study, and the study was assessed to ensure compliance with the COS, approved COS framework, and all costs provided by licensee have been verified against deforms, trial balance, and audited financial statement. Furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The cost of supply study recommends an average increase of 21.9% for the licensee to reach full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing a 10.7% increase to review its tariff for 25-26 financial year. Some of the reason for implementing the lower tariff can be justified as maintaining sustainable tariff level, ability to cover ESCOM bulk account, and customer affordability. The municipality is also utilizing the cost of supply study results to gradually achieve the cost reflective tariffs. And this approach involves imposing different tariff increases to progressively align with the actual cost of supply study. The licensee is not proposing any structural changes to its tariff to each tariff, yes. And then the recommendations are on page 198 and are read as follows. The energy regulator to note the cost of supply study submitted by the municipality. The energy regulator approves the tariff that are based on the cost of supply to be implemented 1st July 2025. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its verification. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of the audited financial figures by the energy regulator. And also taking into account all recommendation, comments raised, and guidance from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khadi. Members, any questions or issues of clarity that you have on this application? I think maybe just one minor enhancement on the recommendation that talks to the clawback. I think we may want to change it to say may be clawed back once verified, not stated as if it's a given that there will be a clawback, because we need to verify first the costs and against all relevant documents. And once that has been done, then there would be a determination of as to whether there's a need to claw back or not. So if we can just enhance that particular component of the recommendation to say exactly what we mean. Members, if there are no hands other than that enhancements that I've just tried to highlight to the team, I would like to get an indication as to whether you support the recommendation. Mr. Mkize, your hand is up. Is in support?
I do support, but just something just crossed my mind that we see that there are these indigent customers that are supported by municipalities. I'm just requesting that for the team in the intervening period, if they can look at this issue of indigent customers, the municipalities doing what they are supposed to do in terms of enrolling them for the 50 kilowatt hour free basic electricity in the intervening period between now and the next tariff applications. If they can zoom into that, as we also got to understand that during the public hearings on the MIPD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that input. And Sekhwadi, if you can note that as well, and also for the other applications that are going, that have been done, let's ensure that the municipalities do ensure the registration of the indigent members of our public who are deserving to be given the free basic electricity. On that note, members, with the announcement stated earlier on, can I get an indication that you do support the recommendations on P198 under paragraph 10? Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We then move on to the next application. It's an application by Gavin Mbeki. Ms. Nkopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gavin Beck is applying for an average increase of 12.74%. The licensee is experiencing financial constraints which stem from operating at a deficit due to expenditure that is higher than its income. Continuous deficit is compromising the municipality's long-term financial sustainability and its ability to supply electricity to the customers. The high energy losses that are sitting at around 58% have a huge impact on the municipality's operationals. However, the municipality has put measures in place to ensure that these energy losses are reduced. They've gone, what they are doing now, they put measures in place by ensuring that they do monthly verification of the distribution losses. As a result, currently around April, they were sitting at 36% instead of the 56%, the 58% they had before. Other issues that have been identified for the municipality. This is one of the municipalities that is amongst the top 14 municipalities that owe ESCOM. However, this municipality, due to its financial constraints, it has not even managed to to be awarded that debt relief by Treasury, because now they are sitting at 78% average compliance with the MFMA Circular 124 conditions. The licensees submitted the cost of supply study, which was assessed to determine if it meets all the requirements of the approved COS framework. All costs provided by the licensee have been verified against the latest audited financial statements, and furthermore, costs that have been deemed inefficient are not allowed. The COS recommends an average increase of 27.34%, but the municipality is proposing 12.74% increase. Phasing in of the electricity price increase can balance the need to recover the municipality's costs and help mitigate the impact on customers by allowing them to adapt to price changes. When reading the recommendations, Chairperson, the recommendations indicate that NERSA notes the cost of supply submitted by the municipality, approves the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply as recommended by the tariff analysis. The municipality should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent audit. And also, the costs submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back once verified on the audited financial figures. The municipality should submit a plan to NERSA detailing how the ESCOM account will be honored. The municipality should further submit to NERSA a SMART report indicating how it will further cap the energy losses. The outcome of the cost of supply study will be subjected to efficiency test, especially considering the concerns on inefficient expenditure and other operational inefficiencies, and also taking into account all the recommendations, comments raised, and guidance from the members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Nkopo. Members, questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancement? Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'd just like to get to understand here. When I look at the deforms, the data from the deforms, if you look at table 1, it refers to 23-24, and then table 2, it then goes to 22-23 in terms of the years. And then when you go further, it's not labeled this table, but it's the table on energy losses and the surplus or deficit, and the indication is that it's 2020-21. Shouldn't it be all falling within the same year in terms of having the latest figures? And I think that in future, for one to really see the trend on this, if there can be an indication over the years, because sometimes we're saying a municipality is deteriorating, but it's actually moving maybe from 6 to 9% losses, when we've got another one that is maybe has moved from a 9 to a 47. This is almost half of the energy, and you wonder how, if they are really following up on all these energy losses, the measures to cap these energy losses over the years, to see if this is just lip service or actually these things get done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Any comment if you have, Ms. Nkopo? I think it was points for enhancements, but
no, Chair, I just want to get clarification regarding the years here. Why
yes.
you've got different years and not have the latest? That was my first issue.
Yes, apologies for that. Ms. Nkopo, do you want to come in and provide the clarity?
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies, Chairperson. In Table 2, the figures that indicate the surplus of the deficit of 78.19, the information there should be 23-24.
Okay. That is Table 2 on 219, right?
Yes, Chairperson.
And then the next one on the energy losses and surplus or deficit level. Sorry, Chair, to just trying to switch it.
No, it's fine. Thanks for that. Do you want to come in? That's page 221.
Okay. Can I just go to that page? Sorry, Chairperson.
Okay.
is the green page 220, where you've got current environment 2020-21 deform info. You've got an energy losses of 47.49, and then the surplus there, or deficit level, which is a deficit there of 7.92%.
Sorry for that, Chairperson. It's supposed to be 23-24, because what we're trying to do there, it was to extrapolate the information, considering that if the energy losses were sitting at around 12%, that would be the outcome of the surplus of the municipality, seeing that they are sitting at a high deficit. But if the energy losses were to be at 12%, they would be seeing a lower deficit. But the information is based on the 23-24 information. Apologies for that, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you. So the recommendations that have been read into the record will be subject to the corrections of those two tables on page 219 and as well as on page 2220. Members, on that note, can I get an indication that you support the recommendations that were read with those corrections that needs to be made? The recommendations are on paragraph 9 of page 238. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I also support. We then move on to the next application, which is an application from Kamisberg. Ms. Matumbu.
Kamisberg is situated in the Northern Cape, and its application was council approved. The application was subject to public consultation from both the municipal and NERSA platforms, and no comments were received. Looking at the financial and technical performance of the municipality is performing on a deficit of 74.84%. Chairperson, it should be noted that previously the municipality was purchasing electricity from Eskom from the Night Save Rural Tariff, which was more expensive compared to the Mega Flex tariffs. But however, with the new approved Eskom retail plan tariff plan, the municipality will be purchasing electricity from Eskom on the new mini flex tariff, and we anticipate that this could assist the municipality with improving its financial position. The energy losses from the municipality, Chairperson, are sitting at 8.63, and the municipality is further encouraged to keep its energy losses at low levels. The municipality is applying for an increase of 11.32% based on its submitted cost of supply. The cost that the municipality submitted via its cost of supply resulted in an increase of, it showed a result that the municipality should increase its tariffs by 12.80 to reach cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is adopting a 2-year phase-in approach to implement this cost of supply results, and the 2%, the cost of supply was analyzed and also found to be aligned with the approved NERSA frameworks, and all costs were verified against the deforms, audited actuals, including the trial balance. Taking into account all the members' comments and guidance received from the members from previous meetings, it is therefore recommended, Chairperson, that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on the cost of supply report be approved for implementation by the municipality effective 1 July 2025. The municipality should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the energy regulator to perform its independent verification audit. All cost information submitted by the municipality in the COS will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the energy regulator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Matumbu. Members, questions, issues of clarity on this application? I don't see any hands, and on that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record. They are on paragraph 10 of page 251. By a show of hand, members, can I get an indication that you support their approval as read out? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We then move on to the next application, which is Ghana Land. Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is a resubmission, Chairperson. Ghana Land submitted an application requesting an average tariff increase of 11% compared to the 9.7 determined in its cost of supply study. The application was tabled and considered at the REC meeting held on the 5th of June, but was referred back for adjustment. The REC recommended revising the proposed increase from 11% down to 9.7 in order to align with the cost of supply study outcome. All key aspects of the application were discussed in detail. However, by way of a brief recap, and to note that the application was approved by the Municipal Council, both NERSA and the municipality complied with all the legislative consultation requirements, and no public comments were received. The municipality's financial performance is stable, supported by an operating surplus of 7.8%. Its energy losses need to be curbed below its current levels of 14.5% to single-digit levels to mitigate the risks of being unsustainable. The cost of supply study submitted it was submitted and upon which the tariffs are based has been assessed and confirmed to comply with NERSA's approved 5 steps methodology. Based on the outcome of the cost of supply study, the tariff has been adjusted down to 9.7%. On this basis, we present our recommendations, Chairperson, as follows: that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, subject to further audit and verification for efficiency and prudency. The tariffs, as informed by the cost of supply report, be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality, effective from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the cost inputs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Members, questions, issues of clarity, points of enhancement? I see no hand. On that note, the recommendations have been read into the record. They are on paragraph 10 of page 277. May I get an indication that members supports? Mr. Mkhize, your hand is up. I don't know whether it was for input from your side.
No, just for me to commend Madam Botha for engaging with this municipality and settling at the output of the cost of supply study. Just to comment on that. I support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Masetti? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support the submission, the recommendations as presented. Approved, Ms. Botha. We then move on to the next application, which is for Karoo Woogland. Ms. Mapinya.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd like to apologize to the members for the error on page 293. Paragraph 3 and 3.1 should read as paragraph 7 and 7.1 respectively, Chairperson. In terms of Karoo Woogland, Chairperson, the performance of the municipality is fairly good. However, the municipality is encouraged to put measures in place to reduce the 13% energy losses levels. And then NERSA has complied with the statutory requirements regarding the public participation process, and no comments were received from the stakeholders. The municipality on their side have also confirmed that they have undertaken their own public participation process. The municipality has submitted a new cost of supply that was tested against the NERSA approved framework. And it can be confirmed that the criteria for the 5 steps has been met. The costs in the cost of supply were verified against the applicable deforms and trial balance. The inefficient costs have been disallowed. And as such, the cost of supply results in a 16% increase to achieve cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing a 12.32 tariff increase. The reason is that the municipality would like to keep the tariff increase reasonable for customer affordability, while they are also trying to mitigate against an unnecessary surplus on its budget. And looking at the good performance of the municipality, it is NERSA understanding that the municipality will be sustainable on the proposed increase. There are no structural changes that are being proposed by the municipality, and therefore would like to recommend to the committee to note the COS report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on a cost of supply report be approved as recommended for implementation from the 1st of July 2025. And all the costs that are submitted will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures, as well as the municipality is to submit a report accounting for all these costs that have been noted to allow NERSA to perform its independent verification audit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Mapinya. Members, the application with recommendation is before you, and also to note the verbal correction made on 293. And I believe members are, Mr. Mkize, the hands are supporting the application, right? Or is it for input?
No, I've just got a comment that I think is cross-cutting. If you look here, Madam Mabinya highlighted that they are going to be engaging this municipality around the energy losses to lower them, which is a good thing. But we can't talk about this municipality on the same breath as the other municipality where you have in excess of 40 energy losses. And I know that at one stage we used to qualify it in a particular way that was deemed not necessarily a good way to qualify. But I think there should be some level of classification of these municipalities especially around the issues of energy losses, and that more effort gets put into reducing these energy losses and improving the administration around the energy in all of these municipalities, that as per the classification. Because really sometimes I can hear when we end up not necessarily having that feel that we're not talking about the same category of municipality categories here. That is just my input in terms of the post approval process to be embarked upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
But I do
Mkize.
support.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, with this municipality, this is for enhancements. In as much as it has come to the outcome that it found for the cost of supply studies, it is very clear that this municipality could have some improvement in the revenue if it can reduce the energy losses. So if one looks at how much it can, how much revenue it can earn by reducing the energy losses. So it is something that must be encouraged. Hence, we're also saying that this issue of a double digit is not to be encouraged at all, because a number of these municipalities that are doing well, they are sitting at a single digit for energy losses. And we can see on this one that they are now struggling with theft and illegal connections. So they need to work on that, and hence for 2023, the losses became high. But if we can improve on that, it will also improve the revenue. So there's something to follow up on, is the plan for those energy losses. So I know that the team has indicated that there are no issues to follow up on, but there are issues to follow up on. The second issue to follow up on, I see there's a mic that is flickering. The other issue to follow up on is the issue of expenditure. If we can look carefully on the expenditure analysis for the revenue that is required, in as much as we say there could be improvement on revenue if the energy losses are brought down. Then the second thing is this operational expenditure, which is about 40% of the total cost. So we also need to look into that, because the expenditure, if you look at it, the one that excludes the depreciation, and also for the network and repairs and all of that. So we need to get a plan for the repairs, maintenance, and also for the energy theft and illegal connection. So we must get a plan, because we included that in the expenditure, and that expenditure that is about 40% of the total cost. So there must also be a follow-up on that to monitor the expenditure that we are allowing, which is for repairs and maintenance, so that we can see how much are they using of that, as well as the operational expenditure that excludes depreciation. Those are the things that we must follow up on in terms of this municipality, if that can be recorded. And remember, those things on the expenditure and the others, they are also touching on the efficiency of this municipality, the operational efficiencies and the expenditure. So even if then the outcome is where it is, but we must make sure that we don't just allow without looking at the efficiency test. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, members, for that particular input. I hope the input is clear, Ms. Botha. Ms. Mabinya, I beg your pardon, in terms of what members are adding into the recommendations, and just to add these recommendations as part of what you have read into the record, which is on P, just going to the actual page, which is on P293, the additional that as a post assessment of all the application. I think this is a general input that we need to have. The classification of the losses of municipalities, and this is an action to be taken. As I said, after we have done all the tariff application, we need to look at them such that we develop a plan as to how we ensure that the municipalities addresses them. And there is a suggestion as well that the double digits losses we should encourage those municipalities with such levels to reduce them to at least one digit. And in particular for this municipality, there is a need to have a follow-up plan with regard to the expenditure analysis that has been done. So on that note, members, can I get an indication that you support the recommendations with those with one addition, and as well as noting the enhancements that cut across of having to do of an action item that covers all on the losses. Thank you, Ms. Maseti, and I do support. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. On that note, we move on to the next application. Ms. Liburu, it is the Kucha application. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members and colleagues. Kucha municipality is located in the Eastern Cape province. The municipality applied for a 12.7% average increase. The application went through public consultation process on both the municipality and NESA side. No comment were received from stakeholders. The municipality is operating at a deficit of 1.79% with energy losses at 14.70%. The members comment on the double-digit energy losses that has to be reduced to a single digit is noted and will be taken further with the municipality. The performance has declined, and this is primarily attributable to an increase in total expenditure and the revenue that is lost as a result of material losses. The municipality will be required to work on its operational inefficiencies that are impacting negatively on its revenue. The municipality provided a report on remedial actions in place as summarized in section 2.3 of the analysis sheet. In terms of the cost of supply, the cost drivers in the cost of supply study were assessed, and the team is satisfied that the approach taken by the licensee is reasonable. Inefficient costs are removed from the total cost as they are deemed to be within the municipality's control. Furthermore, all costs will be subjected to efficiency test. And then based on the results of the cost of supply, the outcome of the cost of supply reflects an average tariff increase of 24.3% for the municipality to achieve full cost reflectivity. While that is the case, the municipality adopted a phase-in approach and applied for a lower 12.74% in consideration to maintain a sustainable tariff level and also the broader affordability impact on customers, bearing in mind that higher tariffs could negatively impact on the demand and the sales. The municipality is not proposing any structural changes. An overall average increase of 12.74% will be implemented across all the tariff categories. Recommendations we recommend that tariffs that are based on the cost of supply be approved as recommended in the tariff sheet for implementation by 1st of July 2025. The energy regulator knows the cost of supply, a report that is submitted by the municipality. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of all audited financial figures. The municipality is also required to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in its cost of supply to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification, and also taking into account the comments by members that the cost they are accounting for all the operational inefficiencies should also be worked and managed by the municipality, and it will be included in the letter to be sent to the municipality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Liburu. Members, any questions, issues of clarity, or points of enhancement on this application? I think this particular application, in terms of the map, Mr. Mkize, it's much better, but I think the team can use the better color in typing out the naming or the names of the portions that are indicated in it. But we'll encourage you to continue improving on the legibility of the maps. Ms. Maseti, you may come in, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. A quick enhancement here, and it's about a plan for this municipality to improve on the revenue, especially the fact that there's a loss of over 50 million rands revenue. So we must require a plan as to how they could try and improve its revenue so that it can actually get back this 50 million that it is losing. So we need some measures there, plan within 6 6 months on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Mr. Mkiza? I saw your hand was up unless I was mistaken, but okay, I'll then take the members to the recommendations. I think we need to have an additional recommendation in terms of what has been read into the record, which is to request the municipality to provide a plan that will that is going to be implemented to improve its revenue, having noted the amount of loss that it is making, which is around 50 million. On that note, members, with that particular addition to the recommendations, may I get an indication that you do support the recommendations that are on page 3122, 313, with that additional one on the improvement plan for the revenue. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you, Mr. Mkiza. I also support. We then move on to the next application. And the next one is for you, Ms. Botha. It's Lanesbeck. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. The licensee proposes an average tariff increase of 12% for the 2025-26 financial year. This application was approved by the Municipal Council and went through the public participation process from both NERSA and the municipality's side. It was published on the NERSA website for 30 days, and notably, no public comments were received. The municipality's electricity sales business holds a very strong financial position, supported by an operating surplus of 25%. Its energy losses are improving and moderately kept at 9.9%. The licensee is encouraged to continue implementing its loss reduction strategies to remain this sustainable. The licensee submitted a new cost of supply study and has been verified to fully comply with NERSA's approved 5 steps methodology. All control measures across the 5 steps were applied and no discrepancies were identified. All actual costs have been tested against the DFOM's audited financial reports, including the trial balance. The cost of supply studies outcome supports a 40.5% increase to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality opted to apply a staggered approach to implement its tariff increases. To this end, the licensee is proposing an average increase of 12%. Some of the considerations for this decision include the licensee's requirement to maintain a sustainable tariff level in order to drive customer demand while achieving a reasonable surplus. The licensee also considered its ability to service its ESCOM account and the broader affordability impact on customers in determining the pace of its tariff adjustments. The licensee is not proposing any structural changes in its schedule. On this basis, we present our recommendations as follows: that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. And lastly, the municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its own independent verification audit. I'll pause here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Botha. Members, questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancement? I do not see any hand. I have none from my side as well. May I then, by show of hand, get an indication that members support the recommendation as read into the report? Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I do support as well. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. We then move on to the next application, which is Lepalale. And Tate Modise.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lephalale is a small municipality located in Limpopo province with a domestic customer base accounting for 52.6%. The application in front of us was approved by the council and it was consulted on by both NERSA and the municipality. And there were no comments were received from the stakeholders. Moving on to the performance of the municipality, the business electricity of the municipality is very satisfactory, as it is indicated by a single-digit energy losses of 8% and a surplus level of 6.6%, which is an increase when compared to a deficit that was the deficit of 0.43 that was recorded in the previous cycle. The municipality for this financial year, they just escalated the 24-25 cost of supply based tariff, which was approved by NERSA. And the budget indicates that 15.94% is required, and it's shown on table 3. However, the municipality opted for a lower increase of 15%. But with that proposal, the financial sustainability of the municipality won't be affected. And just to add on that 15%, they also included the 3% that was under recovery for last year. So basically for this financial year, the municipality are cost reflective. Moving on to the recommendation, we recommend for the regulator to note the cost drivers as submitted by the municipality. And we further recommend that the tariffs that are based on the COS report be approved as recommended in the analysis sheet for implementation effective 1st July 2025. All the costs submitted by the municipality be subjected to independent audit and may be clawed back upon the receipt and the verification of the audited figures. And finally, the municipality submit a report accounting all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Questions, issues of clarity? I think from my side, just to get confirmation, you indicated that there was a 33% that was included in the tariff, which is from the previous financial year. In the analysis, did we verify that particular 33% and that we were submitted with the relevant documentation to do that verification? Over to you.
Yeah. Okay. Apologies, I didn't say 33, I meant to say 3%. So basically it was 12 plus 3% from the previous year. So to get an overall of 15. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought you said 33. Thank you for that correction. Ms. Masetti?
Thank you, Chairperson. As part of the decisions that we've been making, we had said that adjustments such as your clawback or even give back is subject to verification of the cost of supply as well as the audited RRMs or regulatory financial reports. So the municipalities have not completed their financial year end number one. So I don't know how we make that adjustment. So because the team, we've indicated during the discussions that we must wait for the audited financial regulatory reports. That's the first thing, so that as we take the decision to verify. The second thing is that when one analyzes efficiencies from the operational side of things and the expenditure, so when you now decide to allocate more, it must be very clear and demonstrated that the expenditure is efficient, because that part of the expenditure itself, it adds on to the cost. So we must just rush into saying we are chasing cost reflectivity, yet who wishes to ensure that efficiently incurred cost. So to the extent that we are concerned about the efficiencies around expenditure, the efficiencies around operations, it means that those must be addressed before we could compensate more So that becomes important. So adjustments are not just adjustments simply because the municipality arrived at the particular percentage or figure. So us is to make sure that as required by the law, that we must only compensate for efficiently incurred cost. So we can't just overcompensate when there are still issues of efficiencies around expenditure as well as operations. And also we don't have not just a consolidated audited financials of the municipality, but the regulatory financial report from the municipality. Those are the three things that come up on the issue of these adjustments. Thank you, Chair, in all of them.
Thank you. That's noted. Ndate Mudisa, do you want to come in? Because I think I just picked up that I realized you didn't really answer my point. You just corrected the percentage. I also did ask whether it was done, it was verified in the analysis. And I think Ms. Masiti has also highlighted the fact that we had taken a position, or we need to do the verification against audited financial statement. Has this been done with this particular application?
Thank you, Chairperson. We note Ms. Maseti's comment. The auditing and the clawback can only be done once we have a audited financial statement. At current moment, there's no clawback that we are able to do. So what the municipality indicated, because last year they've submitted cost of supply, which showed that they were under recovery. What they indicate, they say in their budget, there is an additional 3% from the previous, just to correct, because their tariff were historically low. That 3% is just to move towards the cost of supply result of last year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Ms. Maseti, any comment on that particular response?
Chairperson, we can pass because that's not the answer here. I have already stated that we don't have an audited report, so we must be cautious about making upward adjustments that may affect customers to start off with, and also upward adjustments when we have not ensured that there are efficiencies in expenses. There are efficiencies in the operations of the municipality. So we should be cautious of that. That's what I'm stating here, Chairperson, especially when we have not yet received audited financial or regulatory financial reports. Thanks, Chairperson, but we can leave it here because this is exactly what we discussed as the team. But the team still tries to make adjustments to try and go to cost reflectivity. So what is cost reflective if those cost reflective tariffs still contain inefficient cost? So that is the whole thing, the point that I'm making. But we can leave it here, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I trust that the point is noted, that Modise, and also to other colleagues for the other application that they may be bringing, that when you talk of adjustments, let's ensure that the adjustment is on efficiently incurred costs and that they have been verified against audited AFS that would have been reported in line with our regulatory reporting processes at NESA. So on that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and also the point that has been highlighted to the team on the adjustment should also be a part of the recommendation, but for noting and ensuring that it is effected. That is a point on the adjustment that I have read earlier on. The recommendations, members, are on P356 to 357. By show of hand, with that additional a point to be taken into account in the applications. on the adjustments. Can I get an indication that you support the recommendations? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I also support. We then move on to the next application, which is application from Litzemeng. That the Ralufe, I hope my pronunciation of these minutes is correct. Litzemeng, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone in the meeting. Litzemeng is a local municipality for state that is giving it the free basic electricity of 50 kilowatts to 1,471 indigent customers. Litzemeng's financial position is not satisfactory, as it is evidenced by a deficit of 65.87%, and the losses are seated at a level of 11.67%. So, Chairperson, the application by Litzemeng of 13.5% was consulted on, and Litzemeng has confirmed that they have published it for public consultation, and NERSA has also done the same, or rather has met its statutory requirements in terms of publishing. Chairperson, the Litzemeng has submitted as well the cost of supply, which meets the NERSA framework for the cost of supply, which actually resulted into 5.8%. And Chairperson, we recommend that a percentage increase of 11.3% be approved to allow Litzemeng to be able to settle the ESCOM bulk purchases, since one of the causes of the deficits are it's mainly the ESCOM debt. So, Chairperson, I will take you to the recommendations, which are at section 10 of page 373 of 794, which reads as follows. The energy regulator notes the cost of supply submitted by the municipality, and the tariffs. Sorry, Chairperson, I think there's a problem with my recommendations here, but let me augment them from where I've written them.
Just follow your recommendations on 373, and then as you go along, just enhance them. And you can also even add the one that you've just mentioned on the management of the ESCOM bulk account, which are in arrears with this municipality. Are you able to go to paragraph 10 on 373?
Okay, Chairperson. Yeah, then we recommend that the energy regulator knows the COS by the municipality, and that the costs on the COS be approved. So recommended in tariff section for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025, and that the municipality submit the accounting report for accounting of all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform the independent verification or audit, and also for the municipality to submit an audited financial report that reflects an impact on cost of supply based on tariffs on customers, as well as the licenses, sustainability, and the local economy, and the date on which the report to be submitted to be included in the correspondence to the municipality or licensee. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this particular application that you may have, as well as point of enhancements, if any? Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. For me, this one seems to be somehow anomalous in the sense that, we see this energy losses as a low-hanging fruit to improve, so that one can improve the revenue and move from a deficit to a surplus. But here we've got a case here where, despite the improvement in as far as the energy losses is concerned, moving from 14.26 to 11.67, one is still faced with a situation where you've got a lot of energy, you still have got a surplus increasing. And here we're looking at the business or commercial relationship between Eskom and this municipality. And as far as I'm concerned, I think for us really to talk of avoiding those NMD penalties and all of that, when the issue of NMDs has not been sufficiently dealt with, if in my recollection, I think when we require municipalities to address matters, we should also be smart and look at the question of them being attainable and realistic, and really work together with those municipalities and Eskom to ensure that what we looking forward to is attained. So I'm asking for the team to really, in the intervening period, zoom into this aspect, because here you see that energy losses improvements do not necessarily translate into the surplus that one would anticipate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, for that contribution. I think, Team EPT, you note that point from Mr. Mkhize, it may apply to other applications that we're still going to consider. And even those that we have already considered, I think the point is that we need to have an engagement with the licensees as well as Eskom in relation to the issue of the NMD penalties, as we have seen with this one, that the reduction of energy losses has not necessarily assisted the municipality to address its recorded deficit. Instead, the deficit has increased in comparison to the previous year. So let's just note that as one of the action items that needs to be followed upon once we have done this particular process. On that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and they are on paragraph 10 of page 373. By show of hand, members, can I get an indication that you support the recommendations as read into the record, and also note the additional input that have been proposed as an action item going forward? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support the recommendation, and with that additional note has been made. We move on to the next application, which is an application from Mafube. Ms. Masike, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mafube is located in the Free State. Their COS was noted by NERSA in the previous financial year. So the tariffs for 24-25 were based on COS. So for this financial year, we are doing the adjustment factor. So the performance of the municipality, the surplus has increased from 0.07 to 0.56. The improvement is linked to a slight reduction in energy losses, and the surplus as the reason for the low surplus is that the expenditure for the municipality is high. For example, the technology and the software costs that are linked to the bulk purchases has increased by about 72%. And the energy losses has improved from 7% to 6.56, which is mainly technical. Based on the above information by the municipality, the electricity department of the municipality's performance has improved, but the surplus has to be improved to acceptable levels of between 10 and 20%. In terms of the stakeholder consultation, both NERSA and the municipality have done the consultations and no comments were received. And then in terms of the COS adjustment factor, the municipality, the tool indicates an increase of 11.52% for 25-26. However, the municipality has applied for a lower average increase of 11.44 to take care of to ensure that there is still demand for its electricity services. And then when we come to the tariffs, all the tariffs are increasing by 11.44%. The export tariffs, Chairperson, were not approved last year because we didn't have the rules in place. But for this year, we've considered them because the rules have been approved by the regulator, and the application is compliant to the NERSA approved framework. We take account of all the guidance that has been provided by the members in previous meetings as well as in this meeting. Moving on to recommendations, we are recommending that the tariffs that are based on the COS report be approved as recommended in the analysis sheet and for implementation on the 1st of July. The municipality must submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in its COS study to enable the regulator to perform its independent verifications. The municipality must submit an audited financial report that reflects the impact of the cost of supply-based tariffs on consumers, as well as licenses, sustainability, and local economy. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
So, CK members, the submission is before you. Any questions, contributions that you would want to make on this particular application? I don't see any hand from the members. I take it that the recommendations that have been read into the record on paragraph 9 of page 399 are clear. On that note, I would want to get members to give their indication as to whether they support the recommendations as presented or as read into the record. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Also support the recommendation as read into the record. We then move on to the next application, which is Mahareng. Ms. Tanda.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, colleagues. Mahareng is the municipality located in Northern Cape. NERSA published the tariff application and no comment were received. Municipality confirmed that they've consulted with their customers and the tariff application was also approved by their council. Financial performance is not satisfactory as evident with the deficit and high energy loss. They submitted the energy loss reduction plan. Municipality will be encouraged to reduce their energy loss. NERSA will closely monitor the submitted energy loss submission. A new cost of supply was submitted and assessed. It's in line with the NERSA framework. However, when checking the cost drivers, especially on the revenue requirement and the tariff, I requested that advise municipality that they must redo their cost of supply for 2026-27 financial year so that they can review their tariff. As Mr. Mkize have mentioned under Litsimeng, Mahareng are having the same issue. If you calculate the revenue loss in table 2, page 403, they still get a deficit. However, I recommended the tariff increase, but after Mr. Mkize's recommendation, I will suggest that I revise because I've decreased to 10% to take out inefficiency, which is there to limit them to a required and acceptable level of energy loss. In that said, no new tariff structure have been implemented by the Munichs. I therefore recommend that the energy regulator note the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on the COS report are approved as recommended in the tariff analysis section, taking into account the revise from 10% to give them what they applied for. I will resubmit the tariff structure with this impact. And having said that, the implementation by the municipality with effect from 1st July 2025, the municipality submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in the COS study to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification process. The municipality submitted an audited financial report that reflects the impact of its cost of supply based tariff on customers, as well as on the licensee, sustainability, and local economy. The municipality must submit to NERSA their progress report on the implementation of submitted energy loss by the 30th of September 2025. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanda. I do not know if I understand your presentation. You seem to say you would want to withdraw it because you want to go and rework in the tariff analysis section. If I don't know if I heard you correctly, we just need to get clarity on that, and we cannot approve other parts and not the complete application together with the analysis. And maybe that is Chotlo, you can come in to assist them if maybe I didn't hear her presentation correctly. But
okay.
we may go on, Ms. Tanda.
Okay, I was saying, after listening to the comment by Mr. Mkize, with your advice, Chairperson and the regulator members, Mahareng is having the same issue of, even though you can limit to the cap 12% of the energy loss, they still, the results are in a deficit. Therefore, the tariff schedule that I did the reduction from 12% to 10%. So it is a request for me to go back with an advice from the regulators to go back and give them their 12% as applied.
Thank you, members' comments or input that you would like to make. I think the point I was trying to make was that if you have to go back and change the 10 to the 12, are you not supposed to go and do an analysis and change those tables that are from paragraph 8 up until on paragraph 8 to adjust it from 10 to 12%. That was just my question to say, don't you need to go and do that and then present an updated table to the committee?
Yes, I needed to do that, Chairperson.
And linked to that, then the question is, are you asking us to approve the recommendations with that 9.1.2 that refers to the tariff analysis, because it needs to be changed and be presented? Or maybe let me just put it to the members to check for purposes of efficiency, if they do agree with that we approve the recommendation subject to the amendment of the tariff analysis under table 8, which will effectively change recommendations 9.1.2 from 10 to 10.5 to, or rather from 10% to the 12% applied for, that came out of the cost of supply, or as applied for by the municipality. Can we get assistance on this one?
Chairperson, can we please withdraw it and take it back? Thank you.
That was my suggestion as well, but I saw that Brian, you wanted to come in.
Actually, Chairperson, thanks. I actually wanted to say the same, that the change is too huge for us to just say on condition. Rather, we take it back and bring it as clean as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Tanda, on that note, the application is withdrawn, the application of Makaren, so that you can do the necessary amendment and bring it back to the committee. Colleagues, I'm going to ask us to really pick up speed without compromising the process. We are almost to the second hour, and we have just done half of the applications. We then move on to the next one, which is Mankana. Ms. Leburu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Magana municipality is based in the Eastern Cape province. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 11.8%. The application went through public consultation process on both ends, and no comments were received from stakeholders. The municipality's operations needs to be improved by addressing high deficit levels of 10.18 and energy losses from their high double digits. The municipality would be required to manage its expenditure that is going out of control and thereby increasing its revenue margins. The cost drivers in the cost of supply study, such as the operational expenditure, were assessed and verified against the deforms, AFS, and trial balances. Based on the results of the cost of supply, the outcome shows a 39.8% for the municipality to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality adopted a 3-year phase-in approach, which resulted in an 11.8 differential tariff increases, in consideration that imposing higher tariffs could negatively impact on its sustainability as well as the customer affordability. There are not any structural changes proposed. The recommendations are on page 431, and then they read as follows: that the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply be approved for implementation effective the 1st of July 2025, that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, that all the costs that were submitted will be subjected to independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator, that the municipality is required to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in its cost of supply study to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification and audit process. The licensee will also be required to submit a SMART report on the reduction of energy losses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Leburu. Members, questions, issues of clarity, points of enhancements on the application by Makana? A show of hand, please. I don't see any hand from the members. On that note, may I request that we consider the recommendations as read into the record. But I see Mr. Mkize's hand. Mr. Mkize.
Thank you. Chair, I still support, just again, is one of those where you should not simplistically look at the issue of losses and then assume that there is just a linear relationship with this profitability in the exclusion of other factors. So if when you, in terms of the analysis, you need to dig deeper into that and also look at feasible solutions. This is just my comment, but I do support just one of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I hope the team notes that. I think the point being made is that let's not deem a reduction in energy losses to be a factor that should be improving the municipality's financial position. But we need to take it into account with other relevant costs or factors before we can have that assumption that there is improvement with the municipality. Members, on that note, can we then by show of hand get an indication that you support the recommendation, with that point being made to the colleagues for noting? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, Ms. Masepi. I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Mamusa, will be presented by Ms. Mokhadima. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, board members and colleagues. Mamusa municipality is situated in the northwest. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 12.4. The financial and technical performance are not satisfactory, as indicated by higher deficit and higher energy losses. The municipality will be encouraged to improve the high energy losses to improve its revenue. The licensee and NERSA have complied with the statutory requirements on public consultation process, and there were no comments received. The municipality submitted the cost of supply study and was compliant with the framework. The cost drivers were verified against DFORMS and AFS. The cost of supply study recommends an average tariff increase of 13.1 for the licensee to achieve full cost reflective. However, the municipality is proposing 12.4 increase. Some of the consideration for this decision include ability to cover cost of Eskom bulk and ensure customer affordability while maintaining long-term financial stability. We therefore recommend that the energy regulator notes the cost of the supply submitted by the municipality that is subject to audit and further verification for efficiency and prudency. The energy regulator approved the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation by the municipality with the effect from 1 July 2025. The municipality submit a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification or audit. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audit financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to submit and monitor the plan set, and the municipality is required to submit a progress report on NERSA on a quarterly basis commenting to 30 September 2025. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mokhadima. Members, questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements? Mr. Mkhize?
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the President. I'm not so sure whether just me or, I've got a challenge with, when you look at the customer categories, and then you'd expect that the prepaid ones, they would be profitable, so to say. If you look at figure 4, but they are not in terms of that recovery, because you expect that if a person has not paid the amount, there's no electricity going in there, and therefore there is no loss, or then you feel that maybe at the conventional ones, in terms of domestic customers, somehow maybe subsidizing this and made to pay for, but just because the issue of fairness is also important, and where there is a subsidy, it should be very transparent. I just like to for someone to clarify it for me, please.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand. And Sichoko, do you want to assist, or will the presenter be able to explain or assist Mr. Mkizo with his point? Ms. Mukadima?
No, on this one, I'll ask my senior to assist.
Okay. That is Choko, are you able to assist?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Good morning, Chairperson. If you look at the tariff analysis, on what page is it? You can page 445 of 795. You can tell that this domestic prepaid, it's quite they're undercharging it compared to that domestic conventional. The domestic conventional, the rates there are quite higher compared to that domestic prepaid. I think that's why when you see on that figure 4, then you see that they're undercharging that domestic prepaid as compared to that domestic conventional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pitzin. Mr. Mkiza, you answered, or has your point been clarified?
I don't see the undercharging. You said, because I'm seeing 270.
Or the table. Oh, sorry.
Because I'm seeing table 8 that you are referring to.
Table 8.
And then I'm looking at conventional. For example, it's at 172.77, and the prepaid is at 270.35. Say, for example, and goes higher than when you're taking, unless you're talking of this inclining block tariffs being that a majority of the conventional will then move to the higher blocks of 3 or 4, and therefore higher than the domestic. But it's not. I'm saying, please just look into it, because for me something is not completely right here. I don't want you to give maybe a knee-jerk response, because this is a part of the cost of supply study and part of the interrogation maybe that you need to do, but doesn't seem right to me. Thank you.
Swapitsin, can you see that on page?
Yes, on
page
that
8,
yes. If you look at the table 8
on the conventional, and yes, you may come in.
You look at that tariff. Sorry for that. You look at that tariff. You have that domestic prepaid. Actually, it's not even a block tariff. It's a single rate. That is sitting at that rate, that three rent. However, when you look at the compare it with the conventional, obviously, and we see that on that conventional you have also a basic charge, and then which on this prepaid you are not having it. But Mr. Mkiza, we take note of your question and we'll do a further investigation.
Okay, thank you. Charles, your hand was up. You may come in.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to suggest that in the construction of the IBTs, the inclining block tariffs, there's a level at which you get break even. And if the customers are not reaching that level, then there will be an under recovery. So, and for the conventional customers, there's a basic charge which takes into account that. But with if the prepaid customers are not actually achieving that break-even level, which is, I think it used to be based on about 350 kilowatt hours a month, then there will be an under recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we then have that as an explanation, maybe as a footer, in terms of the tariff analysis that we have done, so that it is clear for any other reader that may take this particular application and look at it. Mr. Mkhize, you may come in, sir.
Yes, I note that we say that there are no structural changes and all of that, but I wonder what the changes that in terms of the ESCOM tariff structure, the translation into this. For example, the stance for the abolishment of inclining block tariffs, how we then translate into this for the municipalities. Yeah, it may not be something that is responded here and now, unless maybe if they do have an off-the-cuff response, but it's also something that we just need to pay attention to be clear as to what are we moving towards. Because even at municipal level, that is where also the challenge is around this inclining block tariffs, where you've got many people living in the same dwelling. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I would like to propose that maybe we note this as an action item, but I see that Mudise, I'm assuming it's Sichotlo wants to come in. Right?
No, Chair. I think, Chair, maybe with what Mr. Mkhize said, maybe rather let me not respond and then we'll come back to you with that as an action item, Chair. I wanted to respond, but it was off the cuff and it was not going to have the sufficient detail. So I'd rather come back later. Thanks. All
right, we will take that point, input from Mr. Mkhize of looking at the prepaid charges versus the conventional, or rather prepaid tariff and conventional tariff, and also bringing in the issue of inclining block tariff. So if we can have that as an action item that will be fully looked into and responded to by the team. So I trust that in the Sichotlo we do have a list that's been compiled on the action items that needs to be looked into. On that note, members, with that input from Mr. Mkhize, may I get an indication that you support the recommendations that have already been read into the record, and the recommendations are on page 446, paragraph 9. By show of hand, members, let me get your position. Oh, thank you, Miss Masetti, Mr. Mkhize also support the recommendations. We move on to the next application, which is Masilonyana and Tate Ralufe.
Thank you once more, Chairperson, and good morning again. Masilonyana is based in Free State, Chairperson, and it's offering or granting 50 kilowatts of electricity to 203 customers. And on the financial indicators, Masilonyana deficit has increased from 14.8 to 29.3, as well as the losses have increased from 23.14 to 32%. So that is not satisfactory. We have also indicated how much the municipality is losing, a potential revenue out of that. And the municipality has also indicated how these energy losses are occurring and how they will be mitigated. And Chairperson, Masilonyana's application of 18.6% have been published, and it has met statutory requirements from both NESA and the municipality itself. And they have provided us with their cost adjustments, which resulted into 11.54%. And at this point, Chairperson, Masilonyana is not proposing for any new tariffs, and we are recommending approval for 11.54% apart from 18.6 of application, because the 18.54 it's also evidenced by the the cost adjustment that have been sent to NERSA. And Chairperson, let me usher or lead you to the recommendations, which reads as follows. We recommend that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers which the municipality have submitted, and the energy regulator approves the tariffs based on the cost drivers as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025. And the municipality must submit the report for all the costs that have been noted to enable the energy regulator to perform its independent verification or audit. Lastly, the municipality and NERSA have complied with the statutory requirements in terms of public consultation, and that there were no comments received. And the last one, Chairperson, is that with regards to the two causes of poor financial performance, we shall continue to engage with the municipality to see how this deficit and higher energy losses get to be attended to for the municipality's financial sustainability as well as operational sustainability. Let me end here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Any questions, points of enhancement or clarity that you may have on this application? I don't see any hand. Members, by show of hand, can I get an indication that you support the application, the recommendation as read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Ms. Maseti, I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Metsi Mahulu. Ms. Tanda?
Good morning again, once again. Chairperson Metsi Mahulu, located in Free State Province. The NERSA published the tariff increase application and no comments were received. Municipality confirmed that they conducted the consultation to their customers and the application was approved by the municipality council. The financial performance of municipality is satisfactory. However, the surplus is not okay due to the NMMD penalties. The municipality is one of those municipalities that they don't owe ESCOM regardless of these penalties. We had a meeting with the municipality with regard to the NMD and advised them to do the application to ESCOM. However, the municipality stated that they are busy with the upgrade of their substation, which this will have a reduction of getting these penalties. The municipality submitted the new cost of supply assessed by NERSA and is in line with the cost of supply framework. Municipality is introducing the high season tariff, and then the cost of supply resulted into 17.2 average increase. However, the municipality is applying for 12.5. They have adopted a phase-in approach for 2 years, and this was done taking into consideration the affordability of its customers and the financial sustainability of the municipality. Sorry about that. I therefore recommend that the energy regulator note the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, the tariff that are based on the cost of supply report to be approved from the 1st of July 2025, that the municipality must submit a report accounting to all the costs that have been noted in the cost of supply study To enable the regulator to perform its independent verification process, the municipality submitted an audit financial report that reflects the impact of its cost of supply based tariff on customers as well as on the licensee, sustainability and local economy. Municipality must submit their progress report on the implementation of the energy laws by the 30th of September 2025. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Tanda. Members, the recommendations have been read into the record, but before we consider them, may I get an indication as to whether you do have a questions of clarity or points of enhancements in relation to this application? Yes, Mr. Mkize.
Chairperson, I note the introduction of the high season charge. I think I appreciate the presentation from Madam Tanda. I think it's important for us to be clear of the process that needs to be followed in terms of changing this tariff structure at municipal level or introducing new tariff categories, so that we don't find ourselves having a dual, in a way, to kind of endorse the change in structure, whilst at the same time we are approving a tariff change. I'll just leave it to Mrs. Chotla and the team just to look at that. So these things are clearly delineated. Thank you.
Noted, Mr. Mkize. I was just going to raise that point of emphasis. I think in the past application, we have made a recommendation or an action item to say that where a municipality have introduced a new tariff, we need to get or rather monitor that particular new tariff and its impact to the customers that it is imposed to. So it is a point that has been raised, and it applies to all the applications where there are new tariffs. So on this one as well, we are expecting that there will be that monitoring of the impact of this new high season tariff introduced by the applicant, and there would be a report given in relation to it. On that note, with that emphasis on the new tariff introduced by applicants, may I then request members to indicate if they do support the recommendations that have been read into the record. They are on page 494 to 495. By show of hand, thanks, Mr. Mkize. Ms. Masit, I also support. Will you move on to the next application, which is an application from Mpofana and Tate Ramohulu?
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow regulator members and NESA staff, and also members of public. Mpofana is one of the municipalities which is situated in the KwaZulu-Natal province, and the municipality complied with the statutory in terms of public participation. The tariff application was published on NESA website for comments, and we didn't receive comments from the stakeholders, and also the tariff application was endorsed by the municipal council. And in terms of performance, the municipality is not doing well in terms of technical and financial performance, where the municipality has got high deficit and also high losses. And then municipality complied with the requirements of supplying the cost of supply for 25-26 financial year. And then the COS is complying. I mean, it has followed all the steps as per NESA COS framework. And in terms of the results, the municipality was supposed to have, in order to achieve the cost reflectivity, they need to implement 29.30. However, after the municipality decided that they will phase in 11.2 over a period of time. And also the municipality introduced a basic charge for the domestic and also introduced the FB domestic for the indigent customers. And I would like to conclude by recommending that the energy regulator to note the cost of supply of the municipality, and also to recommend that tariff be approved as recommended in the analysis tariff sheet for implementation on 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to submit a report accounting of all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent audit work, and the municipality to submit a plan and report on how to reduce energy losses by September 30, 2025. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ntate Ramahulu. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancement in relation to this particular application? I do not see any hand. On that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and may I, by show of hand, get an indication that you support them as having been read. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I do support. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. We move on to the next application, which is an application from Sunduzi. It will be presented by Mr. Chabalala. Over to you, sir.
Good morning and thank you, Chairperson, members, management, and fellow colleagues. Msunduzi is a municipality situated in the KZN province. So in terms of compliance, this application was published both by NERSA and the municipality for stakeholder comments. One comment was received and it was from the Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Business and Commerce. Although the analysis of these comments have been included as an extra A as part of the cover sheet, this analysis sheet will also be updated to include these comments. As in the current submission or in this current analysis sheet, it states that no comments were received. We have noted with concern that the percentage deficit is actually worsening on this one, although the losses are steadily decreasing. So, Chairperson, on this one, although the licensee had its cost of supply noted in the previous financial year, the licensee actually resubmitted an updated one this year in light of the list that was publicized earlier this year and circulated in the media. So to avoid potential legal action for non-compliance, the municipality decided to redo an updated study to support the 25-26 tariff application. And this cost of supply study is actually compliant with the NERSA framework. So, Chairperson, in getting to the revenue requirements, NERSA has reviewed and verified all expense items included in the revenue requirement to ensure that they pertain exclusively to the electricity function of the licensee. And then, moreover, the forecasts have been tested for reasonableness. And then, in looking at the table, I think it's table 3, we found that the licensee has forecast expenditure items to escalate with 4% both in 24-25 and 25-26, which seems reasonable. However, on this note, the licensee will still be requested to provide actual costs for the regulator to perform an independent verification. Lastly, Chairperson, although the municipality submitted an application for 15.5% increase across the board, after consultation with the stakeholders, the licensee revised the application downwards to 13.2%, which is recommended for approval. For the record, I would like to read the recommendations, and these are as follows, Chairperson. It is recommended that the members note the cost of supply study submitted by the municipality, that the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis sheet for implementation on 1 July 2025. The licensee must review and enhance its strategies to combat high energy losses, including the installation of check meters at ESCOM intake points. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator, and the municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Chaulala. Members, any comments, issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application? I do not see any hand, but from my side, I just have one point of clarity, because you have indicated that there was one comment received and it's highlighted in the cover sheet, but not in the application. The question I have, or point of clarity I have, is whether that comment was taken into account in the analysis of this particular application, because I think it is important to highlight that to the committee so that we can get a sense of the impact of that particular comment to the analysis done. Over to you, Bob Sharon.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's just a matter of formatting, Chairperson. If you can remember, in the past meeting, we were guided to say that the analysis must not only be part of the annexure, but also be part of the analysis sheet itself. So yes, Chairperson, the comment was taken into account in analyzing. It's just a matter of not having been included as part of the analysis sheet, but rather as an annexure to the main submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thanks for that particular clarity or reminder. Members, on that note, can I get an indication as to whether you do support the recommendation as having been read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I do support. Ms. Masetti, I don't see your hand. I think on that note, we do have the majority of approval on this application. We then move on to the next one, which is Namakoi. Ms. Mapitsi.
Good day, Chairperson, members and colleagues. Namakoi municipality is situated in Northern Cape. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 4.12% increase in tariffs. However, NESA's review of the municipal proposal highlighted that the proposed increase was 10.39%. NESA and the municipality met to discuss the differences. The municipality explained that some of the tariff within certain customer category had low consumption and therefore low revenue. Further emphasized that the percentage increase, while appearing high, does not necessarily translate into high increase in revenue for the municipality. The municipality also stated their council had approved the 4.12%. The financial and technical performance of the licensee is not satisfactory. However, there's improvement as indicated by the declining deficit and reduction in energy losses. Further, Chairperson, that during our discussion with the municipality mentioned that the deficit is also impacted by errors in the tariff implementation, such as unbilled KVA in certain customer category. The municipality is currently addressing the billing issues and the energy losses. The municipality is encouraged to continue to monitor the energy losses to improve its revenue collection. The licensee and NESA complied with the legislative requirements on public consultation process, and that there were no comments received. In terms of cost of supply, the municipality submitted the cost of supply, and it was assessed, and it met all requirements of the approved cost of supply framework. NESA worked closely with this licensee, and all costs provided by the licensee have been verified against the DFOM, trial balance, and audited financial statements. Furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The licensee chairperson is proposing structural adjustment for tariff categories, for most of the tariff categories, and the impact thereof will be monitored going forward. The cost of supply recommend an average tariff increase of 30.03 for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing an average increase of 4.12% for the financial year 25-26. Some of the consideration of this decision include the licensee requirement to maintain a sustainable tariff level to stimulate demand. All points of enhancement by members are noted. In terms of recommendation, the recommendation read as follows. The energy regulator notes the cost of supply submitted by the municipality. The energy regulator approved the tariff that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis sheet for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025. The municipality submits a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification and audit. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of the audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to implement and continue to monitor the plan set and submit a progress report to NERSA on a quarterly basis starting from 30 September 2025. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Mapitsing. Members, comments, issues of clarity or points of enhancement on this application? If you have any, please do so by lifting up your hand. I don't see any hand from them. Oh, Mr. Mkhize. Was it to vote?
To vote, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Masetti, I support the application as well, or the recommendation is read into the record. Ms. Masetti, I don't see Ms. Masetti's hand. I will then proceed to the next application, and the next application is from Pokwane. Mr. Kwadi.
Thank you. Pokwane municipality is applying for an average increase of 11.6% for the 2025-26 financial year. The licensee and NERSA have also complied with the legislative requirements regarding public consultation process, and there were no comments received. The licensee operated at a deficit, but the energy losses are reducing. The municipality cited that the deficit is driven mainly by high energy losses and expenditure that exceeds revenue. This will compromise the municipality's long-term financial sustainability and its ability to supply electricity to their customers. The municipality indicated that it owes ESCOM, however, it is also approved for the National Treasury Debt Relief Plan. The municipality was assessed, and currently it has greatly met 71% of the debt relief plan conditions. The licensee submitted the cost of supply, and it was assessed to ensure that it comply with the approved COS framework. And then all costs by the licensee have been verified against deformed trial balance audited financial statement. Furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The COS study recommends an average increase of 11.6 for the licensee to achieve cost reflectivity, and the municipality is also proposing 11.6 increase to review its tariff for 25-26 financial year. The licensee is not proposing any structural changes to its tariff for this financial year. Recommendation up on page 599 and read as follows. The energy regulator notes the cost of supply study submitted by the municipality. The energy regulator approved the tariff that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation 1st July 2025. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. All information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back once verified on the audited financial figures by the energy regulator. The municipality is also required to monitor its costs and submit a progress report to NERSA on a quarterly basis commencing 30 September 2025. And also taking into account all the recommendations, comments raised, and guidance from the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwadi. Any comments, issues, or points of enhancements, members, that we may have on this application? I don't see any hand, and on that note, members, can I get an indication that you support the recommendation as read into the record by show of hand? Thanks, Mr. Mkhize, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We move on to the next one, which is Prince Albert. Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Prince Albert proposes an average tariff increase of 17.5% for the 2025-26 financial year, based on a new cost of supply study. The municipality's financial position is on an upward trajectory, underpinned by a growing operating surplus of 8.7%. Energy losses increased significantly from 3% to 11% in the current cycle. This is resultant from a reported revenue loss comparative to rising general expenditure. These factors have effectively eroded the strong sales growth reported in the current period. This application was approved by the Municipal Council and was widely consulted on by both NERSA and the municipality. It was published on the NERSA website for 30 days, and 4 comments were received from various stakeholders, including 2 representatives from Prince Albert Ratepayers and Residents Association, PARA in short, 2 residents from Prince Albert. The key comments expressed dissatisfaction with the limited time allocated by the municipality for stakeholders to respond to a revised 19.9% tariff increase. All respondents opposed the steep 19.9% increase proposed by the licensee. A detailed summary of stakeholder comments and the corresponding analysis is provided in Section 7, Table 6 of the submission under Stakeholder Consultation section. So this is in line with issues that we have recorded as identified from the previous cycle. So Prince Albert opted not to implement the 12.01% tariff increase that was approved by NERSA for the 2024-25 financial year, citing the ongoing court case brought by AfriForum against NERSA. This decision resulted in an estimated revenue shortfall of approximately 3 million rands. And according to the municipality's cost of supply report, recovering this shortfall in a single financial year would require a 112% tariff increase. However, if the loss is phased in at 200,000 rands per year over 15 years, a 19.9% increase would be required. The initial tariff application for the 2025-26 financial year proposed a 13.3% increase based on a cost of supply study that did not account for the 3 million rand loss of revenue. This revision was published on the NERSA website on the 9th of May, with a public comment period ending on the 8th of June 2025. So following internal engagements, the municipality decided to revise its application to 19.9% to account for some of the loss that was incurred. So it sort of reflected a phase-in loss recovery. However, public comments were received opposing the revised steep increase, according to them, with many stakeholders also raising concerns about the limited time frame that was available for them to comment. In response to the stakeholder comments and following further engagements between NERSA and the licensee, Prince Albert decided to revise its tariff increase to now 17.5% to review its tariffs for the current cycle. The licensee submitted a new cost of supply study, and this had been verified to fully comply with the NERSA's approved 5 steps methodology. All control measures on the 5 steps have been applied and no inconsistencies were identified. And all the actual costs were tested against the deforms and audited financial reports. So again, Chairperson, the cost of supply study recommends an average tariff increase of 112.4% for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity, taking into account the full recovery of the 3 million reported loss in a single financial year. However, Considering the details I just provided now and taking into account the stakeholders' feedback, the municipality is proposing a more moderate tariff increase of 17.5% for the current year. In closing, Chairperson, from the licensee's perspective, it has to be noted that under these circumstances, the licensee had to draw from its cash reserves to absorb the loss and to continue its operations, including maintaining up-to-date payments on its ESCOM bulk account in the 2024-25 financial year. This approach is not considered sustainable in the long term if the financial shortfall is not addressed. And then the cash reserves account will eventually need to be replenished, and it will not be feasible without some form of loss recovery. And then from NERSA's perspective, it is acknowledged that the decision by the municipality not to implement a tariff increase in the previous year had a measurable financial impact on the municipality, while service delivery obligations remained. During this time, it should also be noted that customers had a tariff increase holiday. To validate the reported loss, NERSA reviewed the licensee's audited annual financial statements for the 2023-24 financial year, along with the 2024-25 management accounts in absence of the audited financials for 24-25. It can be confirmed, Chairperson, that the management accounts do reflect a 2 million rands negative variance in electricity revenue, plus a 1 million variance in employee-related costs between the year-to-date budget and actuals. These figures will serve as a benchmark during the evaluation of the 2024-25 audited financial statements, which are expected to be received after the 30th of November, following the close of the financial year and completion of the municipality's audit process. Then lastly, Chairperson, the legal team is on the call. Should there be any legal considerations to be deliberated on? In consideration of all the factors discussed, we recommend that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, subject to further audit and verification for efficiency and prudency. The tariffs to be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. And lastly, the municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all costs inputs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. And this brings me to the end, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Botha. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements that you may have on this application? Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
Thanks for the presentation. I think it's important that we look at the work that is being done in the intervening period when one looks between the consideration of tariff applications, where one would have a look at the implementation of these tariff approvals, and see if there is any challenge faced or problems that crop up, maybe to not burden the team with a lot of work to just give a report, but maybe to report by exception. In this case here, because they had in this instance they seem to have had a tariff holiday, which I think one would say maybe if there was a thorough engagement, maybe there could have been some midway, a point that is used. But be as it may, I support the recommendation is put forth, and really recommend to the team to say, look at just a report in terms of the implementation of these tariff approvals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I think from my side, I just have one point of clarity because we had the presentation, or rather the presenter indicating that there was an initial application that was done by the Munich, and later on they did submit a new cost of supply and tariff application for a 17.5. I just wanted to check because in the first application there were comments received by the Munich. I just wanted to get a confirmation that on the new one that was resubmitted by the Munich with an increase of 17.5, were there any comments, and if there were they taken into account in the analysis? That's just the only point that I have on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. To answer your question, no comments were received on the 17.5% increase.
Okay, thank you. And I hope the comment made by Mr. Mkhize is also noted. It is meant for an enhancement or consideration as we proceed with the applications that are going to be coming. On that note, members, there is a recommendation, or there are recommendations that have been read to the record. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that the members support the recommendations for this particular applicant, which is Prince Albert? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, Ms. Masetti. I also note, support the recommendations. We move on to the next one, which is Rand Water. Mr. Kwadi.
Thank you. Rand West Municipality is applying for an average increase of 11.36 for the 2025-26 financial year. The municipality initially applied for 11.95 increase, but revised it to 11.36. The municipality cited customer affordability as the reason for this decision, and also the results of the study after costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The licensee and NESA have complied with the legislative requirements regarding public consultation process, and there were no comments received. The licensee financial and technical performance is not satisfactory, as indicated by the increase in a deficit and also energy losses. The municipality submitted the energy loss reduction plan, and NERSA will continue to monitor the progress. If the municipality were to reduce the energy losses to 12%, the municipality will have a surplus of 7% and realized revenue of 328 million. The municipality also indicated that it owes ESCOM. However, it is approved for National Treasury debt relief. The municipality was assessed and it has greatly met 93% of this the conditions. This might help the municipality to improve in its financials. The licensee submitted the cost of supply study, and it was assessed to ensure compliance with the approved COS framework. All costs provided by the licensees have been verified against deform, trial balance, and audited financial statements. Furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The cost of supply study recommends an average increase of 15.44 for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing 11.36 to review its tariff for the 2025-26 financial year. Some reason for implementing lower tariff increase can be justified as maintaining sustainable tariff level, ability to cover its ESCOM bulk account, and also customer affordability. The municipality is also utilizing the cost of supply study results to gradually achieve the cost reflective tariff. This approach involves imposing different tariff increase to progressively align with the actual cost of supply. The licensee is not proposing any structural changes to its tariff. Recommendations are on page 638 and are read as follows. The energy regulator to note the cost of supply study submitted by the municipality. The energy regulator approves the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation 1st July 2025. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. Also, all the costs submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back once verified on the audited financial figures by the energy regulator. The municipality also must also continue to monitor the energy losses in line with the set plan submitted to NERSA and submit a progress report on a quarterly basis commencing 30 September 2025. And lastly, also taking into account all recommendation, comments raised and guidance from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwadi. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application by Rand West? If there are none, may I get an indication by members by show of hand that they support the recommendations as read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Richfield. Ms. Mapiti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Richfield municipality is situated in the Northern Cape. The municipality is proposing an average increase of 12.30. The financial and technical performance of the licensee is satisfactory, as indicated by the surplus and reduction in energy losses. The licensee and NERSA have complied with the legislative requirements on public consultation processes, and there were no comments received. In terms of the cost of supply, the municipality submitted the cost of supply, which was assessed to determine if it meets all the requirements of the cost of supply framework. NERSA worked closely with this licensee, and costs provided by the licensee have been verified against the deformed tower balance and financial statements. Furthermore, costs that were deemed inefficient were also disallowed. The cost of supply recommends an average tariff of 38.5 for the licensee to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing 12.3 increase for the 25-26 financial year. Some of the consideration for this decision include the licensee requirement to maintain sustainable tariff level to stimulate demand, and also ability to cover Eskom bulk electricity costs and ensure customer affordability while maintaining the long-term financial stability. Recommendation and also recommendation reads as follows, Chairperson. The energy regulator notes the cost of supply submitted by the licensee. The energy regulator approved the tariffs that are based on the cost of supply as recommended in the tariff analysis section for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025. The municipality submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification and audit. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to implement and monitor the plan set and submit the progress report to NERSA on a quarterly basis starting from 30 September. All points of enhancement by members are noted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mapiti. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application? I do not see any hand. Members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and also the inputs made in other applications are noted by the team in terms of the recommendations. By show of hand, members, can I get an indication that you do support the recommendations as read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Saki Sizwe. Ms. Mako.
Okay, good morning, Chairperson, members and colleagues. Sakisizwe municipality is situated in the Eastern Cape. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 13.9%. The financial and technical performance are not satisfactory due to high energy losses and percentage deficit. High percentage deficit is due to the total revenue that was decreased by 29%, and total expenditure was also decreased by 13%. The licensee and NESA also did a public consultation where the application was advertised on the NESA website and also on the newspapers, and the licensee also do the public consultation. And with regards to the cost of supply, the cost of supply study was submitted to NESA, and the costs were the costs were verified through the deform, the trial balance, and the audited financial statement, and all cost of supply steps were all aligned. And there are no structural changes with regards to the tariffs. And with regards to the COS results, the COS results is proposing 20.3% for the municipality to reach cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing an increase of 13.9%. And the recommendation are as follows. The energy regulator knows the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on cost of supply report be approved as recommended in the above tariff analysis sheet for implementation by the municipality with effect from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures. The municipality to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. The municipality is required to manage its expenditure to enhance surplus level on electricity account. The municipality is to submit the report to NESA on 30 September 2025 with regards to the reduction of energy losses. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any comments, issues of clarity on this particular application, or as well as points of enhancements? I don't see any hand. Members, on that note, may I get an indication that you support the approval of the recommendations as read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkiza. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Sengo. It's yours again, Ms. Mato.
Okay. Good morning once more again, Chairperson, members and colleagues. Sengu municipality is situated in the Eastern Cape. The municipality is applying for an average increase of 12.5%. The financial and technical performance of the municipality are not satisfactory as indicated by a high percentage deficit and energy losses. High percentage deficit is mainly due to total revenue that was increased by 11% and total expenditure was increased by 4%. The municipality and NESA did public consultation where the application was published on the NESA website for NESA site for a period of 30 days, and there were no comments received from the stakeholder. And also the municipality did a public consultation for a period of 30 days. And with regards to the cost of supply study, the cost of supply study was submitted to NESA and it was assessed, and the costs were verified through the deform financial statements, the deform and the financial statements. And the results of the COS is proposing 46% for the municipality to reach cost reflectivity. However, the municipality is proposing 12.5%. With regards to the recommendation are as follows. The energy regulator knows the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. The tariffs that are based on the cost of supply report be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis sheet for implementation with effect from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures. The municipality is to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. The municipality is required to manage its expenditure to enhance surplus level on electricity account. The municipality to submit the energy losses reduction plan to NESA on 30 September 2025 to monitor the energy losses. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maklo. Members, questions, issues of clarity, points of enhancement on this application from Sengo? I don't see any hand. By show of hand, can I get an indication that the members support the approval of the recommendations as read into the record? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I also support. We move on to the next application, which is Stellenbosch. Over to you, Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Stellenbosch is proposing an average tariff increase of 9.9% for the 2025-26 financial year. The licensee confirmed that this application was approved by the Municipal Council. Both NERSA and the municipality complied with all legislative consultation requirements, and no public comments were received. The municipality's electricity sales business is stable as supported by a growing operating surplus of 10%. Its energy losses are well maintained at 7.9%. The licensee submitted a new cost of supply study, and it can be confirmed that it does comply with NERSA's approved 5 steps cost of supply study methodology. All control measures were applied across the 5 steps and no discrepancies were identified. All the actual costs that have been submitted have been tested against the deforms and audited financials. All costs that have been considered inefficient or unjustified have been accordingly disallowed. The cost of supply study outcome supports a 27.2% increase to achieve full cost reflectivity. However, the municipality opted for a staggered approach to implement its tariff increases. To this end, the licensee is proposing an average increase of 9.95%. Some of the considerations for this approach include licensees' requirement to maintain sustainable tariff levels to drive customer demand. The licensee is introducing maximum demand and reading charges as part of a broader restructuring of its tariff structures. With that, Chairperson, we recommend as follows: that the energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality, subject to further audit and verification for efficiency and prudency, that the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. And lastly, Chairperson, all the municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the cost inputs that have been noted and enable the regulator to perform its independent audit verification. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Members, questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this particular application? Ms. Masetti, you may come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just 2 points for me. If we can ask the municipality or from our side, make sure that the allowance of 12% energy loss is reduced from the 12%. I think the municipality has the capability of doing better. So let's reduce the 12% so that it can improve its financial position there. It is already doing very well. Yes, there's a 15% surplus, but it can be more than that. And I also note that the operating the expenses, the operating expenditure is sitting at 21.9% compared to others that are sitting at 40% and more than that. So it is looking good. However, if you look at the revenue requirement and compare the bulk purchase, you may need to make sure that you improve on the on the energy losses. That allowance of 12%, it has to come down so that it can have a positive contribution on the revenue for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Any other comment? Ms. Potter, I think these are just point for enhancements with this particular application, that we encourage the Munich to reduce its losses from that 12%. And in fact, the reduction in general of energy losses should be encouraged to all the applicants that we have considered and those that we are going to be considering in the next couple of days, and as well as the issues of dealing with bulk accounts with ESCOM. Let's just note that, and on that note, members, the recommendations have been read into the record, and they are on page 711. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that you support them with that particular emphasis on the issues of losses for in bulk purchase for this particular applicant? Thank you, Ms. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. We move on to the next application, which is Umvoti and Tatehare.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This application of Umvoti is based in KZN province, and it has been approved by the council before it was submitted to NERSA. The application meets the statutory requirements in terms of public consultation. It was consulted by both the municipality to its customers and by us as NERSA for 30 days, and there is no comments received in relation to this application. The tariffs are based on cost of supply, which is in line with NERSA's approved framework. All cost drivers have been verified against financial statements and the DFOM. The municipality is not owing ESCOM, and this application, Chairperson, the municipality is proposing 11.23 on all their tariff, and the MINIC decided to do the phase-in approach to reach the cost reflectivity of the cost of supply. The challenges here, Chairperson, is the energy losses that are at 17%. The recommendations are as follows. We recommend the REC to note the cost of supply from Umvoti and approve tariffs to be implemented from the 1st of July, and for the municipality to submit a report quarterly indicating how they are addressing the issue of energy losses starting from in September 2025. The municipality to report all costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to do the audit, and also the municipality to submit audited financial reports to reflect the impact of all cost of supply tariff based, and all comments and guidance from members have been taken into account. I thank you.
Thank you, Tatehare. Members, any questions, issues of clarity that you may have on this application? I don't see any hands. May I then get an indication from members that they support the recommendation as read into the record in line with what has been provided in paragraph 7 on page 762. Thank you, Ms. Maseti, Mr. Mkhize, I also support. We then move on to the next application, which is from Flays by Ms. Matumbo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Flays by is a private distributor situated in the Western Cape, and it is based on an existing COS. The private distributor is a registered non-profit organization and only seeks to break even. It is operating on a deficit of 23% and energy losses of 9.5%. The licensee is encouraged to monitor its deficit going forward so it can break even. The financial year of the private distributor starts on the 1st of October of each year. The application was subjected to public consultation from both the private distributor and NERSA platforms, and no comments were received. The private distributor submitted its budgeted cost escalating from its cost of supply and is applying for an increase of 12.74 in line with the approved ESCOM retail tariff structural adjustment of 12.4 for non-municipal customers. It is therefore recommended, Chairperson, that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the licensee. The tariffs be approved as per the tariff analysis for implementation by the licensee from 1 October 2025. All cost information submitted by the licensee will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The licensee should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the energy regulator to perform its independent verification audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matumbu. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this particular application? I do not see any hand, and members, may I request that you indicate by show of hand that you support the recommendations as read into the record. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We then move on to the next set of application, and we'll start with Brother Valley. It's your application, or rather your application again, Ms. Matumbu. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Breda Valley is based in the Western Cape, and its application is based on an existing cost of supply, and the application was approved by the council. The application was subjected to public consultation from both the municipal and ROTA platforms, and no comments were received. Looking at the financial and technical indicators, the municipality is performing at a surplus level of 12% and energy losses of 5.92%. And the municipality is encouraged to monitor and maintain its energy losses at lower levels. The municipality's cost of supply, which was noted in the previous financial year, reflected an average increase of 30% to reach cost reflectivity, and the municipality adopted a 3-year phase-in approach to implement these results. And for the financial year 2025-2026, the municipality is applying for an increase of 15.49 based on the submitted budgeted costs to escalate its cost of supply, which will maintain sustainability for the municipality and also considering affordability of its customers. It is therefore Chairperson recommended that the energy regulator notes the cost driver submitted by the licensee and the tariffs be approved as per tariff analysis for implementation 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the licensee will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the energy regulator, and the municipality should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matumbu. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements in relation to this particular application? Noting the fact that the team has noted inputs that have been made in previous application that may be applicable to this one. Any input? I don't see any hand. On that note, members, can I get an indication by show of hands that you do support the recommendation as having been read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize and Ms. Masetti. I also support. We move on to the next one, which is Drakenstein. Again, it's yours, Ms. Matumbu. It's on P128. Apologize. 120. It starts on 128. Over to you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you once again, Chair. Drakenstein is also situated in the Western Cape, and its application is based on an existing cost of supply, which was approved by council together with the submitted application. The application was subject to public consultation from both the municipal and NERSA platforms, and no comments were received. Chairperson, when we look at the financial and the technical indicators, Drakenstein is operating at a surplus level of 18% and energy losses of 7%, and the municipality is encouraged to continue to monitor and maintain its energy losses at lower levels. The municipality's cost of supply, Chairperson, which was noted, resulted in a 12.3% increase to reach cost reflectivity, and the municipality adopted a 2-year phase-in to implement the cost of supply results. And for the 25-26 financial year, the municipality is applying for 10.32%, which is based on the budgeted cost the municipality submitted to NERSA for escalation of the COS, and this will maintain sustainability of the municipality, and also the municipality considered affordability of its customers, Chair, and it is therefore recommended that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the municipality and that the tariffs be approved for implementation from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the licensee will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the energy regulator. The licensee should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. And all other comments and guidance that have been noted and will be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Matumbo. Members, the application, it's before you. Any comments, input or points of enhancements on this one? I don't see any hand. Members, the recommendations have been read into the record and they are on paragraph 9 on page 142. By show of hand, can I get an indication that you support the approval of this tariff? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, and thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We then move on to Langebeck, Ms. Botha. It is on page 331. Members, if we can go there. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Botha.
I'm seeing a member's hand, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I should proceed.
Let's just check. Oh, it was a lingering hand. The page for this particular application, according to my record, members, is on page 331. If we can move there, I know it will take time for you to get there. But Ms. Botha, you can proceed with your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Langebeck is situated in the Western Cape and its application is based on an existing cost of supply study. The application was approved by the Municipal Council. Both NERSA and the municipality complied with all legislative consultation requirements and no public comments were received. The municipality's financial performance is on a downward trend, though it remains stable. This is signified by an operating surplus reported at 6.38%. Its energy losses are well contained at a low level of 5.76%. The licensee is applying for an average increase of 11.32% for the 2025-26 financial year based on its budgeted costs from its cost of supply study. On this basis, we present our recommendations, Chair, as follows: that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the municipality, subject to further verification, audits, and for efficiency and prudency. The tariffs should be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is also required to submit an audited report accounting for all cost inputs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Members, any questions, issues of clarity or points of enhancements in relation to this particular application? The recommendations have also been read into the record. Any comments? Let me take the comments first. I don't see any hand. Members, the recommendations, they are on P346 and they have been duly read into the record. By show of hand, can I get an indication that you support them as read into the record? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. We then move on to the next application, which is Matikama. It's yours again, Ms. Botha, and I think the pages that I've identified, it is on page 464. members. Over to you, Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Matsikama is also located in the Western Cape, and its application is based on an existing cost of supply study. This application was approved by the Municipal Council as confirmed by the municipality. And the application was published on the NERSA website for 30 days, and notably no comments were received. The municipality's electricity sales business operates at a deficit of 2.6%, which is an improved position compared to the previous year. The municipality has historically kept its tariffs significantly low and overly subsidized its domestic customers, who are primarily electricity consumers in the area. The municipality had also been purchasing its bulk energy on a rural fixed tariff, which is way too expensive for the licensee to keep up. But partial implementation of its cost of supply as of 2024-25 and tariff restructuring that has taken place has somewhat provided a relief on the division's operations. The energy losses have worsened from 11 to 14% from the previous year. And an assessment for financial implications due to changes in energy loss levels has been done to review the impact of these losses. And from what we could gather, it could be concluded that even if the energy losses were contained at 12%, the licensee would still report a revenue deficit. This indicates that losses must be reduced to a single-digit level for the licensee to break even and eventually improve its financial position. A reduction of energy losses to 6%, for instance, would result in a modest surplus of approximately 3%. And with that said, Chairperson, it can be observed that the municipality could significantly enhance its financial sustainability by investing in loss reduction measures, whether through technical upgrades or improved revenue collection alongside ongoing cost containment efforts. The licensee is applying for an average tariff increase of 11.32% for the 2025-26 financial year based on its budgeted costs from its cost of supply study. And with that, Chairperson, we recommend that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers as submitted by the municipality and that the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. And the municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the cost inputs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Botha. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this particular application? I do not see any hand, and the recommendations have been read into the record. May I get an indication from members that they support the recommendation as read out?
Chairperson.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Mkhize?
Just want to know, there's a sentence under 5.5.5 which says the municipality did not include ESCOM interest charge on the outstanding account. I would just like to know, is that account already having interest or they just decided not to include it? I just want to get clarity just on this part.
Oh, all right, Ms. Botha, 5.5.5 is on page 470. And if you have your hard copy, I can't see the number on the hard copy itself, but it's on 470. Do you want to come in on that?
Okay, I'm having a look at the ESCOM bills were analyzed and there are no NMD accidents penalties charged. There is an account. The account is being paid off by the municipality, but they have not included the interest charge on the account in their costing.
Mr. Mkhize, maybe the point would then be how have you dealt with that a non-inclusion of the interest charge? Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
No, I'm fine. I'm covered with that. It's just a question of standardization, but it's fine.
Okay. All right. If there's none, we then, by show of hand, members get an indication that you are. Can I get an indication that you're approving the application as presented, or in terms the recommendation as read into the record? I beg your pardon. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I also support. We then move on to the next application. It's yours again, Ms. Botha. It's the Mossel Bay application. And if I am correct, I don't know if I've noted the pages correctly because they were not provided. So members, apologies, you'll have to move around the pages. This application, I have noted that it is on page 496. Over to you, Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Mossel Bay is also located in the Western Cape, and the application is based on an existing cost of supply study. This application was approved by the Municipal Council and was widely consulted on by both NERSA and the municipality. It was published on the NERSA website for 30 days and no comments were received. The municipality's electricity sales business maintains a strong financial position underpinned by an operating surplus of 11.6%. The energy losses increased slightly from 13 to 14% compared to the previous year. Based on an analysis that was carried out, it could be determined that if energy losses were contained at 12%, the licensee would significantly increase its margins and boost its operating surplus to 12.4%. The municipality is therefore encouraged to contain its energy losses to lower limits, preferably in single digits, to enhance its financial sustainability. Mossel Bay is applying for an average increase of 10.81% for the 2025-26 financial year, based on its budgeted costs from its cost of supply study. On this basis, we present our recommendations as follows: that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the municipality and the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. The municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all cost inputs that have been noted to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Botha. Members, any comments, issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application? I do not see any hand. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that you do support the approval of the recommendations as read into the record? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I do support. We move on to the next application, which is an application from Overstrand. Ms. Matumbo.
Thank you, Chair. Overstrand is situated in the Western Cape, and the application is based on an existing cost of supply. The application was council approved, and it was subject to public consultation from both the municipal and NERSA side, and no comments were received. Chairperson, when we look at the financial and the technical indicators of the municipality is operating at a surplus of 6.89, which should be monitored going forward, and has energy losses of 7.2%. 4.61, and we encourage the municipality to continue to monitor and maintain its energy losses at lower levels. Chairperson, the cost of supply the municipality submitted on the previous year resulted in a 24.5% increase to reach cost reflectivity, which the municipality has adopted a 3 years phase in. And for the current financial year, the municipality is applying for a 10.04% increase based on the budgeted costs deeming from the COS, which it submitted to NERSA. This will maintain the sustainability of the municipality, Chairperson, and the municipality also considered the affordability of its customers. And it is therefore recommended that the energy regulator notes the cost driver submitted by the municipality, that the tariffs be approved for implementation from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the energy regulator. The licensee should submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the energy regulator to perform its independent verification audit. And all the other comments and guidance received from the members have been noted and will be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Matumbu. Members, this application is from page 556, and the recommendations are on P. I'll just get there. On P585, and they have been read into the record. By show of hand, members, can I get in, or rather, before we get to recommendations, are there any comments or issues of clarity or points of enhancements that members may have on this application? Apologies, I was just quick to go to the recommendations. They have been read into the record. They are on 585 by show of hand, members. Since I do not see any hand that it would have input from the members, that you support the recommendations by show of hand, members. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I do support. Thank you, Ms. Vasetti, for the support on this particular application. The next one is Swartland, and it's also your application, your submission, Ms. Matumbu. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Swartland is also situated in the Western Cape, and the application is based on an existing COS, and the application has been council approved. The application was also subject to public consultation from the municipal and the NERSA platforms, and no comments were received. When we look at the financial and technical indicators, Chairperson, Swartland is operating at a surplus level of 20% and energy losses of 5.62, and the municipality is further encouraged to continue to monitor and maintain its energy losses at low levels. Chairperson, it should be noted that the municipality's cost of supply resulted in a 20% increase to reach cost reflectivity, and the municipality adopted a 3-year phase in to implement the COS results, and the municipality applied for a percentage increase of 7.2% based on the budgeted cost from the escalated cost of supply. Chairperson, the municipality further indicated that it was implementing council-approved tariffs rather than NERSA-approved tariffs for the 24-25 financial year. And when we escalate those, or when we escalate the NERSA-approved tariffs using the proposed tariffs from the municipality, we get a percentage increase of 16%. And what we did, Chairperson, was we used the NERSA-approved tariffs for the 24-25 financial year as a base and escalated by the 12.72 as per application from the municipality. And we recommend those tariffs to be approved, Chair. And the recommendations are as follows. We recommend that The energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the licensee. The tariffs be approved as per the analysis sheet for implementation 1 July 2025. All costs submitted by the licensee be subject to an independent audit and may be brought back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the energy regulator. The municipality should submit a report accounting for all costs that have been noted to enable the energy regulator to perform its independent verification audit. All other comments and guidance from members have been noted and will be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Matumbo. Members, any comments or issues of clarity or points of enhancements on this application? Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
Yeah, I'm just, thanks for the presentation, Madam Matumbo. Just want to reflect on the issue of this council-approved tariff as opposed to the NERSA-approved tariff. I think such practices should actually be discouraged. And we look into the law and implement it as is. Hence, the importance of saying, once we've had this approval, let us follow up on the actual implementation of this. We should do the monitoring, compliance monitoring and enforcement. A program should be embarking on it, strictly so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Ms. Masetti?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just missed the year on which this municipality implemented the tariff that was approved by the council. So if we can just be clarified on the year in which that the municipality implemented the tariff, the council's approved tariff. That's number one. The second question for clarity is just the difference between what the council approved and what NERSA had approved. And that's then the third thing from our side, we will have to look into clawback. Not only that, but also the enforcement. We don't negotiate. No regulator will negotiate. That's why we are criticized heavily for lack of enforcement when it comes to municipalities, and we're not doing very well. We should not be treating non-compliance issues and contraventions as something that we need to negotiate with from our side. So can we be clarified on those three things? Thank you. But on the enforcement part, the division will take up on that. But it's important that those that are responsible for the specific municipalities in terms of analysis, that we take action on those ones. But just on the two issues, then the enforcement part will take its course outside of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Ms. Matumbo, do you want to come in on the points made by members?
Thank you, Chair. To respond to Mr. Mkhize's comment, the municipality implemented the council approved tariffs rather than the NERSA approved tariffs, and its reason was that there is currently a court case between the municipality and NERSA, which served in the High Court of Gauteng, and the matter was argued on the 6th and 7th of February 2025, and the judgment was reserved. Both the municipality and NERSA are still waiting for the court judgment. To respond to Ms. Masetti's question, the municipality implemented the council approved for the 24-25 financial year, and I also think for the 23 and 24 financial year, since there was a court case, there's a court case pending. And the percentage difference between what NERSA approved and what the municipality implemented. When we take the NERSA approved as a base and escalate it by the proposed tariffs, it results in a 16% increase, which the difference is a 4% or about 3-point-something% from what the municipality is applying for, which is the 12.72. Thank you, Chair.
Members, are you answered? I think from my side, Ms. Matumbi, is then that how then do we deal with this recalcitrant municipality that's imposing its own tariff and disregard those approved by NERSA? I do note what you have said, that the 16% includes the 4% difference. How are we intending to deal with this now that they're relying on the pending court case?
Chairperson, I've already provided an answer there to say that we look into two things. The person that is from the division side outside of this, look into the clawback for the money that was overcharged, which is outside NERSA's, but also take an enforcement action against the municipality. Thanks.
Okay, no, I just picked up the clawback issue that it needs to be looked into, and I note that particular input. On that note, Ms. Matumbu and I think the management in EPT, let's note the action items on enforcement that needs to be really undertaken, especially with this particular municipality, and there may be others that are behaving in the same manner. Let's just ensure that we do follow up and monitor the correction that needs to be corrected. On that note, members, can I get an indication that you do support the recommendation as read into the record? By show of hand, please. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I also support, and at this chapter, I think also we need to also have a classification in our action plan of such municipalities and be given progress on how we are dealing with them. The next one is for you, Ms. Botha. Again, it is Swellendam. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we proceed, may I just request members just to allow me to deal with the remaining tariffs so that we can finish them today. I know we were supposed to finish at 1 and it's 13:04. With that, members, let me thank you. The page number on this one, it's 794. I hope I recorded it correctly, but Ms. Janssen van Vuren, help me with the next one, Witzenbeck, when we get to it. I didn't note the page number. Proceed, Ms. Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Swellendam is located in the Western Cape. Their application is based on an existing cost of supply study, which was duly noted by the Energy Regulator in 2024. The licensee confirmed that this application was approved by the Municipal Council. Both NERSA and the municipality complied with all legislative consultation requirements, and no public comments were received. The municipality's financial performance is on a downward trend but remains stable, reporting an operating surplus of 6% compared to 10.9% in the previous year. The decline in surplus is resultant from a modest increase in sales revenue, which was outpaced by a significant rise in total expenditure. This imbalance suggests that the expenditure growth is currently eroding revenue gains, thereby placing pressure on the municipality's operating margins. To mitigate the risk of financial unsustainability, the licensee should strengthen its financial controls and improve its operational efficiency. The energy losses are moderately kept at 9%. The licensee is proposing an average increase of 10.7% for the 2025-26 financial year, based on its budgeted costs emanating from its cost of supply study. On this basis, we present our recommendations as follows, Chairperson: that the energy regulator notes the cost drivers submitted by the municipality, the tariffs be approved as recommended in the tariff analysis page for implementation by the municipality with effect from the 1st of July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the regulator. And lastly, the municipality is required to submit an audited report accounting for all the cost inputs to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification audit. I'll pause at this point, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Botha. Mr. Mkiza, I apologize. I think I got the page wrong. I can't find the page myself. I have missed it, but I've seen the application. Maybe the team can assist or direct you. But the application has been read to into the committee, or rather to the committee. And are there any questions, issues of clarity, or points of enhancements that members may have on this particular application by swelling them? I'm also still trying to get to that page that I saw earlier on, but I've missed.
Chairperson, apologies, it's page 730.
730. Okay, sorry. On that note, I see a hand from Ms. Masetti. Ms. Masetti, if you may come in.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Pumla. Can we just check the figures on the on the block tariffs, where we have the basic charge? The figures, they seem to be very high there. If you can just double check the figures from 2024 and also 2025 and look at the increases. I think the figures are too high when you change. Like if you come from 5,300 and something, I don't know whether these are just the issue of the decimal points that you have included. Then you will get to the next figure where you will have, say, 600 and what thousand and stuff like that. So I think it's the issue of the decimal points. But please, can you double check that and clarify exactly what's happening there? And on the basic charge for those customers, domestic customers on the IBTs. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Potter.
Okay. Those amounts are, it's just a matter of decimal points, and the municipality prefers to denote them in that manner for their own system. But it's not a lot of it's not a lot of how do I say? It's based on per day, rents per day, and not cents per day. That's why they seem to be too much or too high compared to the other rates. I hope that clarifies you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's actually cents and not rents. That's why the number is bigger.
Yes.
Yes, and then if that's so, through you, Chairperson, if that's so, then let's maintain the same, because if you look at the other columns, you will see that you will have 3 from this side and 3 on the other side. Yet on the first column, you only have 1, and then you have 3 on the other side. You see, that's where there's confusion. So let us be consistent, even if we present them as cents, please. Just look at the 3 pages there that follow each other. You will see what I'm talking about. It's very confusing. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Masetti. Babuma Tibula, I see your thumbs up. I just hope that then those a lack that lack of consistency is not impacting on the recommendation in terms of this particular application. Can you confirm that so that we can move on to the recommendation?
Yes, Chair. It's just the difference of rands and cents in terms of numbering. So the comma just moved to the right. That's all. We will correct that.
All right. Thank you so much. On that note, members, with that correction that needs to be made, can I get an indication that you do support the approval of this particular application by show of hand, members? Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I also support. We then move on to the application by Witzenberg. Ms. Matumbu, I got it as page 774. I hope that's the correct page, 774. Over to you, Ms. Matumbu.
Thank you, Chair. Wittenberg is also based in the Western Cape, and its application is based on an existing cost of supply and was approved by its council. The application was subject to public consultation from both NERSA and municipal platforms, and no comments were received. When we look at the financial and technical performance, the municipality has a surplus of 5.38%, and this should be monitored going forward. However, the energy losses are at 9.87, and we encourage the municipality to continue to monitor and maintain its energy losses at lower levels. Chairperson, the cost of supply resulted in a 30% increase to reach cost reflectivity, and the municipality adopted a 3-year phase-in, and the municipality submitted its budgeted costs to escalate its cost of supply, and the application for the 25-26 financial year is an increase of 11.32. And Chairperson, we recommend that the Energy Regulator notes the cost driver submitted by the licensee and that the tariffs be approved as per the analysis for implementation from 1 July 2025. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subject to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures by the Energy Regulator. And the licensee should also submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted to enable the Energy Regulator to perform its independent verification audit. All other comments and guidance from the members have been noted and will be implemented. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this application? I do not see any hand. May I, by show of hand, get an indication that you support the recommendations as read into the record? I support. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. The application is approved. Just before we step down on this, I thought maybe it's my record that's not correct. There's an application by Amahlati municipality that we did not deal with. Ms. Liburu, I don't know, it's your application. Has it been dealt with or we just skipped it? It is on page 14 of the application.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Lauren, go ahead. It's fine.
We had missed
Yes.
it. Am I correct?
Yes, Chairperson. Yeah, you are correct. We missed it.
Okay.
Apologies.
Please, Brian, just check if there's any other that you may have missed. Amahlati members, it's on page 17 of the documents attached, page 14 rather, just after the actual submission cover on this application. Over to you, Ms. Liburu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Amahlati municipality is based in the Eastern Cape province. The municipality applied for a 16.8% average increase. However, after we consulted and indicated to the municipality the impact the 16.8% will have on the customers and the sustainability of the municipality, then the decision was to lessen the burden on consumers and implement a downward increase. The application met statutory requirement for public consultation on both sides of the municipality and NERSA. No comments were received from the stakeholder.
Although the technical and financial performance of the municipality shows some improvement due to the funding received on the ESCOM debt waiver, the deficit is still high at 22.23% as a result of the operational expenditures that are not efficiently managed. The municipality is required to manage these expenses in order to improve its revenue levels. The energy losses are also high at 35.81%, and the municipality cited faulty meters, old infrastructure, and illegal connection. The municipality provided a report on remedial actions in place to reduce these high losses, and the team will continue to monitor the measures put in place. In terms of cost of supply, Chairperson, I would like to correct paragraph 5.1. It should be read as Amahlati and not Emalahleni. Apologies. And all the cost drivers in the cost of supply studies were assessed and verified against the audited financial statements. And then based on the outcome of the cost of supply, the outcome of the cost of supply reflects a 26.5% increase for the municipality to reach full cost reflectivity. However, a phased-in approach was adopted to implement a downward 11.6%. In consideration that imposing higher tariffs could negatively impact on its sustainability and broader customer affordability. The municipality is not proposing any structural changes, and the recommendations are on page 28. The tariffs that are based on the cost of supply be approved for implementation effective the 1st of July 2025. The energy regulator notes the cost of supply report submitted by the municipality. All cost information submitted by the municipality will be subjected to an independent audit and may be clawed back upon receipt and verification of audited financial figures. The municipality is required to submit a report accounting for all the costs that have been noted in its cost of supply to enable the regulator to perform its independent verification. Finally, the licensee will be required to submit a SMART report on the reduction of energy losses. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Leburu. Members, any questions, issues of clarity on this particular application from Amahlati? I don't see any hand. May I then request members to indicate by a show of hand that they do support the recommendations that have been read into the record in relation to this particular application. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I also support. On that note, that was the last application that we had to consider, and we do note that there is one that has been referred back, which is Maharin. On that note, members, let me thank you for your attendance, contributions, guidance given to the team. We have come to the end of our meeting. And let me also thank all of those that have joined our meetings through various platforms. May I request that the streaming be closed so that we can